Hello, everyone. This is John Galt speaking, here with a live stream, which I was supposed to do yesterday. You guys ever have one of them days where you go all day thinking that it's one day and turns out it's not that day? Well, that's what happened to me yesterday. I went all day yesterday thinking that it was Thursday, and it was actually Friday. And so normally in the past, when I would do these Q&A, forum surfing, and all that stuff, I made it a specific point to do them on Fridays. And then I quit streaming, for a very long time. And I kind of started doing a couple videos here and there, streaming a little bit more. And I meant to do this stream yesterday, and I didn't. So I'm going to do one today. And so this is a live stream where I take questions from the audience if anybody shows up for these streams. I go to the Unreal Engine 4/5 forum and look around through some of the topics, see if anything in there makes me go, let's talk about that. Or let's demonstrate that. And just general dicking around, not really doing anything specifically. And I get questions throughout the week sometimes about, certain things. And sometimes I choose to, if nobody shows up to the stream to ask questions, I don't find anything interesting on the forums to talk about or discuss or demonstrate. Sometimes I pull from some of the questions that got asked via a comment on a YouTube video, a private message, an email, or something of that nature. And I do have one topic that we can use to fill in the gaps if nobody shows up or anything. So we'll save that for later in the stream. Okay? Okay. So I did a little bit of an update to my simple capture the flag template, which it's not live yet. I didn't send it until yesterday evening. But so for all you guys that own the simple capture the flag template, there's a bit of an update incoming. It doesn't fix the problem that there exists in 4.27 or Unreal Engine 5. But I did clean the menu system up a little bit. Change the single player stuff around a little, just a little minor update. It's nothing big. It's not a big deal. Okay. So we're going to go to the forums and we will see if there's anything in here worthy of talking about and or discussing. In the hell? I don't remember this being this way. Did they change it again? Or is it because I'm actually logged in now? I don't know. But anyway, we usually go into the multiplayer and networking stuff because that's generally what I do mostly. Blueprint, scripting, multiplayer, listen server type stuff. So we'll go through here and see if there's anything in here worth talking about. If I didn't say it already, happy Friday. That's actually Saturday. All right, here we go. God, you should do these streams on like a Wednesday. Ain't nobody wanting to watch your crap on a Friday or a Saturday. Don't you know we're out living the high life? Yeah, probably, but that's okay. Is it possible to spawn in an actor that only exists on the client side? Let me think. Possibly. But it probably won't work, right? I mean, it depends on what it is you're trying to do. multiplayer is weird. I have no doubt that you could get a client to spawn an actor, but it might not show up because the actor itself has to have that little magical replicates checkbox checked, right? So I don't know. I mean, that's something that we could investigate, maybe, potentially. But I don't know. That's weird. Probably could. But if the server don't spawn it, then as far as being able to interact with it or make it do anything, I don't think you would. Let's see here. Lyra dash sheet. Oh, and that's another thing that I would like to mention for those of you that in one of the previous live streams that I did that were talking about this Lyra project that Epic released. It's a shooter starter template thingamajig for Unreal Engine 5 specifically. And you guys asked if I would download it and check it out. Well, I would say that I did. I did download it. I did check it out. And really, all they really did, just so you guys know, is they did a little bit of a rework on the shooter game example that they had previously that they released for free for Unreal Engine. And it's essentially just an upgrade, a rebuild of the shooter game example. A far better rebuild, I might add. From what I could tell, it was a lot better, it seemed. Got some new sound effects, some new particle effects, you know, stuff like that. But other than that, it's essentially, just to show you guys what I'm talking about here. If you go under samples here, this is what they're talking about. This Lyra starter game sample. Okay. Well, once again, if you keep going down through here, there's probably the shooter game example, which is going to be deprecated, obviously, because they're going to Unreal Engine 5. But I think I read somewhere, where is that shooter game example? It should be in here somewhere. Right here. Okay, so it's basically a revamp of this project here. And I'm pretty sure I read somewhere in the description of this that it said, you know, it was a sample project, or it is a sample project that they are going to keep building onto, which is the plan. Adding more stuff, more features, and that kind of stuff. But essentially, it's an upgrade. Let's see, where is it? So it says right here, Lyra's starter game will take over the role that the shooter game served in Unreal Engine 4, but it is much more than a one-to-one replacement. It demonstrates scalability from mobile to high-end PC, etc., etc. But essentially, the core foundation is the shooter game, and they're revamping it to use some of the new features and technology that's going to be in Unreal Engine 5. Okay, so yeah, but I did check it out. It's pretty cool. I will say it's pretty cool, but I build my own stuff. Oh, and another thing to mention too is that for the Blueprint scripters of the group, which is generally me and a lot of the people that follow me, this is not a very good example for you to follow to try to learn how to do scripting, because the vast majority of this project is done in C++, obviously. Okay, same as the other shooter game example. So you blueprinters might be able to download it, poke around in it, and gather a little bit of information, but like you can't get in there and look at how they set up the shooting logic in a blueprint, because it's not set up in a blueprint, right? It's done in C++. And most of the menus and all of it, really, except for a very minuscule amount, is done in C++. So not really helpful. Although the sound effects and the particle effects and all that stuff, you could snatch out of it and use it. That is an upgrade compared to what they had in the shooter game example, but that's really the crux of the matter. Oh, also, before we move on here, one more thing that I'd mentioned in one live stream, I don't remember when it was, I said that I thought that Epic Games released a female Ue4 Mannequin. And we went and looked on the marketplace, and all we found was one that some other content creator had created. And I was like, well, I could have swore that Epic Games released one. Well, then when I was puttering around in Unreal Engine 5, well, obviously they've completely revamped the mannequin, right? It's a lot different than it was, complete rework. But I happened to be farting around in Unreal Engine 4.27, and lo and behold, guess what I found? I found that female Ue4 mannequin that I could have swore I seen somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to show you guys that real quick, which it's just a mannequin. Like, really, who cares at this point? Now, I don't know if they put this in 4.27 or if it came in 4.26 or 4.25. I don't know. But I do know it's in Unreal Engine 4.27. So that's where I'm going to show you guys where this is at. So if you create a default third-person project in Unreal Engine 4.27, I'll show you guys where that mannequin's at. Okay, so that's exactly what I did here. And if you go under the mannequin, under the character, under the mesh, looky there. Right, so here's the old dude. Now, these are not the revamps, the ones that are in Unreal Engine 5, but here's the old dude that we've been using for a long time. And right beside is an old version, style, if you will, of a female Ue4 mannequin that's actually released by Epic Games, right? So this ain't the one that we found on the marketplace in that video. This is actually their version of it. So any of you guys who care, it uses the exact same skeleton that the old one does. Okay. But they just basically made a female, right? And you can hot swap them in between this one skeleton here. Okay. So that's where I seen it. I knew I seen that somewhere. I knew I wasn't crazy. Well, I actually am a little crazy, but I knew I seen that somewhere. So there it is. For those of you who are wanting to know, I don't know why it matters, right? It's just a dummy, but whatever. There it is. Okay, so let's close all that stuff down, delete that project, and then we'll get back to the forum surfing bit. Okay. Okay. So that's Lear. That's where we left off. There are some online games that client possessing default pawn class, character animation rate issue, fresh project, default replication. Well, that's resolved. I just read the topic, like what they typed in for the headline, the post name. And it looks like that there hasn't been very much happened since we were in here last, right? See, it shows me since my last visit. But we'll go ahead and go on down through a few of them. Multiplayer boat physics, client free cam cannot be controlled, can't find session created on separate machine, how to fix error, how to use player state, game mode, game instance correctly to replicate a variable. So we basically already read through all these. So we're gonna back this thing up and go in something different. So UI, I'm terrible at that. AI, not very good at that. Even though my third person template's got some pretty slick AI in it, it does not use behavior trees, blackboards, tasks, none of that. I did it completely differently than what they do. Okay. So we can go into blueprinting here. Let's see. resetting location and rotation. Let me bring Chad over here. I see Mr. David Smiley. Hello, Mr. David Smiley. Hey, John Galt, the new female Ue4 Mannequin has a different skeleton and uses a control rig instead of the... Yeah, I looked at it. I looked at it. That's about all I did. I looked at it. I was like, well, they look cool, but I don't know about all this skeleton and all this stuff that they've changed. Now, I don't know. Like, I didn't try, so I don't know. But can you take animations that were created for the Unreal Engine 4 mannequin and just put them on the Unreal Engine 5 mannequin? Because if you can't, there are a lot of content creators that just got a big fat one broke off in them, right? And you guys know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Modus Digital guys. I'm talking about the Kubo guys. So I don't know. I haven't tried that, so I don't know if that's possible or not, but that would be an extreme pisser if they did that. So yeah, there's that. And David Smiley, he says no, different skeletons. Well, that's what I figured. I figured it would be problematic trying to do that. So, wow. Wow. Right? That's all I can say. Wow. Because I was looking at the skeleton and I noticed when I was looking at the skeleton, I noticed that the new skeleton in the new UE5 mannequin is very similar to those damn Paragon character skeletons, right? They've got 2 neck bones instead of 1. They have, what's the name of that extra finger bone they added? The Mercarpial bone or whatever the hell that is, along with a metric shit ton of all the other stuff, right? So I don't know, maybe we'll, well, I mean, you know, I only use, just to say this, I only use this forum surfing stuff to fill in gaps. I would whole lot rather answer questions that the people in chat have, or people have emailed me. So we're going to kill it right here. We're going to go ahead and kill the forum surfing bit, and we're going to go dick around with some stuff. Okay. How about that? Because that's always funner. Anyway, so why don't we do a little bit of investigation discovery with Unreal Engine 5, right? So we're going to create a default third-person project for Unreal Engine 5. Let's take those dummies out of the engine and take them into Maya and go have a look at the quality, quote unquote, quality of these. Because I remember, some of you guys might not remember, but I remember when they switched from the Michelin Man dude that we had for a long time. You guys know what I'm talking about? The bubble fucking blue dude that we had when Unreal Engine 4 first came out. When they switched from him to the gray dummy that we all know and love, they created an insane mess. Right? Basically, they took animations that were created for the Michelin Man dude. They fucking retargeted them over to the gray dude. And there was just this big, huge disaster. Okay. So I'm wondering, just curious, what actually is going to be the ramifications of them switching from the old gray dude and dudette to the new gray dude and dudette? So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go in here and fuck around with it. Can you guys tell I'm not excited about Unreal Engine 5? Can you guys already tell? I'm not excited about it. They moved everything. I don't know where shit is. It's just, change is not my friend. Just so you guys know. So anyway, we're going to hit the play button here, and that's the new chick, right? So she's, you know, doing all this old third person stuff, right? And it's controlled the exact same way as the default third person template used to be. So that's not much different. But what I'm really curious about is a couple things. One, can you take a animation that was created for the old skeleton and bring it right in on this dude? Is it possible? So that's the first thing that we're going to do. Okay. And I'm not going to muck up this project because we're going to be in here for a minute. So what I'm going to do is basically just create another project, put in, I don't know, the default dummy. We can go all the way back because animation don't matter. So I'm going to create a 4.15 third person project, export an animation, and then try to import the animation right onto this new one and see what it does. See if it blows up and tells us to go to hell or not. Okay. So we will do that. And that will be my project too. Boy, that's a clever name. Yep. We'll do that. And then essentially we're just going to take an animation. Maybe we'll do the third person run. We'll just export this animation right onto the desktop. And then we're going to go in Unreal Engine 5 and we are going to, I don't know what, create a new folder. And we will just call this testing. And then we will import from the desktop that animation. This will answer the question. Because if this don't work, then that means none of them will work. That means the animation starter pack that's free from Epic ain't going to work. That means all the Modus digital animations ain't going to work. That means all the Kobold animations ain't going to work. So let's see, will this work? And we got to tell it to use. Oh, wow, there's 2 skeletons in here? Well, I wonder which one's the new one. Are they both the same? SK Mannequin. Actually, before we do this, let's go. Yeah, let's cancel that. Let's go look, right? What's the difference in these 2 skeletons? So characters. So it looks like they've got the old dummy in here. Let me open this up. Make sure. Yeah, so that's the old dummy. And this is apparently the old dummy skeleton. Is that what this is? And I'm seeing a socket here. Everything looks the same, I guess. Right, so them are just sockets. Neck one, it's just got, okay, so it looks like they've got this up at the top, which that's not supposed to be, but that doesn't matter. So if you were to import the old animation onto this skeleton, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Because it's exactly the same old skeleton, but we will try it anyway. Okay, so we're going to say import this, and we will pick, that's the Quinn skeleton, and that's the SK Mannequin. So this is supposed to be the old Ue4 skeleton. So this ought to work fine. And if we open this up, there it is, right? And so obviously there's no problem if you use this dude. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to try the new one, right? So import. Actually, we need to delete that. Otherwise, it'll crack the shits. Well, we could just rename it. Oh, this content drawer. Yeah, I know you can lock it open, but that's already pissing me off. Fucking bunch of. There may be some F-bombs in this stream. Yeah, we'll just call it old. So obviously that worked and will work just fine. But what I'm curious about is, how about if we do the new one, which is this one? Okay, go. Oh my sweet God and Sonny Jesus. So no, it ain't gonna work, right? Obviously that ain't gonna work. So there might be some slightly pissed off content creators. What do you think? Let's open this and see. Oh yeah, that looks great. That ain't stretched at all. Oh my God. Could it be those stupid settings on that skeleton though? Let me go check one more thing before we nail it down and say, okay, that's fucked. So what we're going to do is we're going to open that skeleton, which would be this one. And you guys remember those weird settings that I used to talk about quite a bit? That's not it. What does that do? Where is the show retargeting options dealio? There it is right there. Show retargeting options. So all these are set to animation, right? Now, if you guys remember back a million years ago, before I started making video, or before I stopped making videos, we had a really long, in-depth conversation about these fucking settings, right? And that they had to be set a specific way in order to get animations to not look like this, right? Remember? So if I set those settings that way, I wonder if that'll correct this. And if it does correct this, does it fuck up the other animations? Oh no, does it? I don't know. We shall see. This also means that characters won't work either, because all the characters on the marketplace are for the old skeleton. I'm guessing, right? I don't know. We could try that. I mean, sure. Okay, so this is an exploration part of the stream anyway, so we will dick around with that stuff. So, right. No, that's not what we're looking for. We are looking for, I wish they would quit moving shit, like seriously. Show retargeting options. So if we right click this and set them all to skeleton, and then we set this to animation, all the IK bones have to be set to animation. The pelvis is supposed to be animation scaled, I believe. And the root too. Root is animation. All the IK bones are animation. And the pelvis is animation scaled, I believe. So let's go see. Did that fix that animation? I don't know. Did it? I don't know. Shut up and go look, Galt. Hey, look at that. So it gave an error. Obviously, it gave an error. But it looks like that it's working. Okay. Now the question becomes, okay, so if that worked, did it mess up the rest of the animations that are actually for this skeleton? And we can investigate that by simply opening one. So under the mannequins animations, under Quinn, we have run forward. No, it looks okay. So issue number one that I see here. Now, once again, remember I told you guys when they transitioned from the Michelin Man Blue dude to the old gray dude, there was humongous issues for a long time before they got them all ironed out and sorted out. Well, it also stands to reason then they're going from the old gray dude to the new gray dude and dudette. There's going to be a transition period where shit's going to be weird and dicked up for a while. So it looks like by setting those retargeting the way the old one was, that it works. Okay, the animations work. And so yeah, there's a little bit of an issue here, but it can be made to work. So by doing that, it didn't mess this up by setting those settings, but it did make the old animation work. See? That's as crappy as it was in the old version. So yeah. So for those of you who didn't catch what I just did, I will cover it one more time. If you're going to try to take animations that were created for the old gray dude and use them on this new gray dude or dudette, you have to hit this little cog here, go into show retargeting options, and it has to be set this way. So by default in this project, these were all set to animation or animation scale. You must turn them all to be skeleton. Then you set the root to animation, this center of mass, IK bones, and the pelvis is set to animation scaled. Okay? And it works. So note to Epic, what are those actually supposed to be fucking set to? Because if you set them one way, the old animations don't work. Does it matter? I don't know. Does it? I don't know. I'm not a goddamn animator. I have no idea. All I know is that when shit don't work, I try to make it work. And whatever that requires is exactly what I do, right or wrong. Okay. So now the next question then becomes characters, right? So in this other project that I created, not that one, this one, we're going to add a character to this that was created for the old dummy, the old epic skeleton. So I should have some in here somewhere. I'm sure there's 9 million damn characters in here for all the games I was going to build that I never built. Something that's small, like it won't take a million years to download. Maybe we can do this one. No compatible projects found. Well, of course not. Well, don't add then. Go to hell. How about this one? Can we add that one? No compatible projects found. Well, screw you. Is everything new? I know I've got some old bullshit in here somewhere. How about that one? Oh, it'll work in 5? We're still not adding it. I know I've got to have something in it. Well, that, nope. Damn, why is everything... Oh, they started one engine version nearer than the old shit that I use. Well, of course they did, because why wouldn't they? One of these will work. All right, nope, that's 416, that fucking robot. How about this guy? 418. How about these guys? 423. Hell, that's even worse, right? So, damn it, there's got to be something in here. Hey, look at that. We'll just use these old bastards. How about that? All right, so we're going to put that in 415. Gonna be that kind of day, guys. A lot of F-bombs. Okay, so essentially all I did was add that military character to this 415 project, right? And so if you were to look at this character, this is the skeleton that this character comes with. And if you look at this skeleton, it should be the same exact skeleton as the default Ue4 dude. Now, I said should be. That don't necessarily mean it's so, but it should be. Yep, there it is. Root, pelvis, spine, 1, 2, 3. And then it should have some IK bones there. So that's on the default Ue4 skeleton. So now the question becomes, if we were to export this to the desktop, and then we go into 415, and in our testing folder, we can get rid of all this shit now at this point. Don't need it. And we import that character. Now, it's not going to have any materials on it. That's not the point. The point is to check skeleton compatibility. So if we were to import that character, and if we tell it to use the old skeleton, which is not this one, it's this one, should work just fine, right? It should, obviously. So, voila. Smoothing groups, that's fine, right? That's not a problem. So that worked perfectly fine. Okay. And if we open it up here, voila, there it is with a default material assigned to it. And it will use the old skeleton just fine. So now we're going to do that same thing, except this time we're going to tell it to use the new fancy schmancy skeleton. Let me actually delete that just so that we don't get an erroneous error for no damn reason. Okay, now we shall import it. Same character, except this time around, use this one, the new one, right? And what do you guys think? What's the over-under on this working? Yes or no? I say no, obviously. So, okay, go. Failed to merge bones. This could happen if significant hierarchical changes have been made. This may invalidate or require recompression of animation data. So no, it didn't work. Now, there is one thing that we need to check before we call this a complete fail, okay? So some of you guys may be aware of this and some of you may not, but when you export a character out of the Unreal Engine, it puts some erroneous stuff on it that usually causes errors. So let me show you guys what that actually is. You don't even know until you take it into a 3D application. So I'm going to open up Maya here and I'm going to bring that character in here and I'll show you guys what this does when you export something out of the engine. Some of you guys already know this, but for those that don't, so we're going to import from the desktop that character. And there it is. Okay. And when you go to the Windows outliner, you see how it puts it in this group here? That generally causes import problems. So in order to correct it, what I do is bring it into Maya, and then I hold down left shift and hit the P key, and that's the shortcut for unparent, by the way. I unparent the mesh, then I hold shift and hit P and unparent the skeleton, and then I delete this. Whatever that is, I'm not an artist. I have no fucking idea. But I know that it causes import problems. Okay. So now those are gone. So now we're going to export all back to the desktop, right back over top of that. And now it should be out of that group, whatever that group is. And now we shall try to re-import it with that gone to see if that was what was causing it. Back to the new skeleton. And go. Okay, well. So now you're going to have a lot of... Here's what you're going to have. You're going to have a lot of pissed off animators that created a bunch of animations to sell on the Ue4 marketplace. That their animations are now going to be problematic. They will work, but they're going to be problematic trying to import those animations onto this new skeleton that Epic created for these new dummies. You're also going to have a lot of character content creators who created characters for the Unreal Engine using the old skeleton hierarchical type that are now null and void and will not work on the new skeleton. Now, is that the end of the world? No, obviously. There's no law that says that you have to use the new skeleton, but it's going to be problematic, right? You guys can see. These content creators are going to start getting bombarded with questions about, hey, how come your animations I paid $400 for don't work on this new dummy? And you're going to have people that buy these characters. Hey, how come these characters won't work on the new skeleton? Dummy. Right? And it's just going to be a big shit show, obviously. But whatever. I'm not a character creator, so I've got my own set of problems that I have to deal with. Okay. So no, that ain't gonna be fun, guys. So what I'm gonna do now, just because inquiring minds want to know, I'm gonna create a new scene here. And what I want to know is all these bones that they added to this damn skeleton. Okay. We're going to create a another project. I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, getting contaminated results here from trying to merge them skeletons a minute ago. So we're going to create a new default third-person project. Yeah. Would you rename this, really? Why is it not? I'm not trying to open this. I'm trying to create a new project. Okay? Why are you you know what? I'm just going to close the goddamn launcher and reopen it because I don't know how to compute, bro. Try this again, shall we? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. And now we try this again. This is like a monkey humping a football, guys. So create game, yes. Default third person, yes. And create, go. Now we're going to take these dummies out and we're going to investigate the geometry of these characters. We're going to look at these bones. We're going to look at skin weighting, right? And we're going to see. Here's what I'm thinking. Now, you guys follow me on this, okay? Here's what I'm thinking. I think out of the box, right? And so here's what I'm thinking. This new skeleton that they created here, that's got all these metacarpal thises, right? It's got this interaction shit here. It's got this center of mass junk there, right? And all these fingers have now got these metacarpal bones at the beginning of the chain. You've got weapon, wrist, inner, wrist, outer. I'm not going to name all these off, but essentially we've got a metric ass load of bones. I'd about be willing to bet you that there are a lot of these bones that don't do a single goddamn thing. They don't have any single goddamn skin weights on them, and they don't do a single goddamn thing. That's what I'd about be willing to bet you. Okay? And so that's what we're going to answer. Now, I'm going to export this character out, and I'm going to take it into Maya, and we're going to look at the geometry, and then we're going to look at these bones, and we're going to see what the associated skin weights are to these. And then after we get done with that, I'm going to ask you guys a couple questions. Okay? Okay. So, it doesn't really make much a difference if we take the dude or the chick. It doesn't matter. Right? I mean, actually, we could just take them both. So I'm going to select the new male and the new female. We're going to right click. We're going to say asset actions, and we're going to say export, and we're going to put both of these on the desktop. We don't need the morph targets. I just want the mesh. Don't need this collision shit, the level of detail, that, the vertex color, this. We don't need any of that. Okay. And we're going to say, okay, go. And then the exact same thing for this one. And now we're going to go back in Maya, and we're going to start with the chick because ladies first, right? So import, and that's the chick. Then we're going to say go. And there she is, right freaking there. Okay. So if you click it here, you can kind of look at the geometry, and it looks pretty good, right? Like it's got quite a bit of geometry, right? Compared to the old dummy. So that looks pretty good. I'm pretty cool with that. Okay. So now let's investigate these bones and skin weights, right? So first off, if we go to Windows and we open the outliner, once again, when you export something out of the engine, it puts it in this weird fucking group. So let's Shift P and Shift P and then delete that just to get that out of here. And so here's the skeleton with all the weird interaction, this center of mass, that. So in order to look at the skin weighting, here's what we're going to do. We're going to change this here to rigging, and then we're going to select the geometry, and we're going to go to skin, and we're going to say paint skin weights, and we're going to hit this little box at the end of this, and that brings up the paint tool. Okay. And when you have the paint tool open and you select a bone, it will show you the associated skin weights, right? And so obviously the root don't have any skin weights on it. This center of mass bone don't have any skin weight associated with it. The IK bones don't have any skin weight associated with it. None of them. Okay. The interaction bone don't have any skin weight associated with it, right? God damn, look at all those fucking bones in this character. Jesus Christ. So the pelvis should, right? So if we click that, see there? So that one's got some skin weight associated with it. And then of course, spine 1 has some. See how it's tinted here? That means it's got skin weight associated with it. Spine 2, yes. Spine, wait, Yeah, spine. So the pelvis, spine 1, spine 2, spine 3, spine 4, spine 5. Uh-oh. Am I missing something here? So spine 5 doesn't look like it has any skin weight associated with it. I'm not seeing any. Do you guys see any? I don't see any. Okay, clavicle left. Okay, obviously that's got some. Clavicle out L. Yep, so that one's got some. Clavicle scap. Okay. Yep, I see it right there. See it? So that one's got some. Upper arm left. Hey, wait, what? Are you fucking shitting me? Why does the upper arm left not have any skin weight associated with it? Why? Okay. Lower arm left. So the left lower arm don't have any skin weight. Hand left. Yep, that one does. Index metacarpal. Yep. Index 1. Yep. Index 2. Yep. Index 3. Yep. Now I'm not going to check every finger bone. Okay, so yes, all the rest of them will have some. Weapon L. None. Of course not. Wrist inner. Yep. I seen it light up there. So that one's got some. See it? Wrist outer. Yep. So that one's got some. Lower arm corrective. Whatever the hell the name of this is. Corrective root or something. That looks like a whole series of bones. And I don't see any skin weight associated with that. Lower arm back. Yep. Lower arm forward. Yep. Lower arm in. Yep. Lower arm out. Yep. This is going to be a fucking clusterfuck. Do you guys realize that? Lower arm twist. Oh, wow. That one's got a lot to it. Lower arm twist 2. So there's 2 lower arm twist bones. Yep. That one's got some. Upper arm corrective. And that's another big chain of bones, looks like. And I don't see any skin weight. Upper arm back. Yep. Upper arm forward. Yep. Upper arm in. Yep. Upper arm out. Yep. Upper arm twist. Nope. Don't see any with that one. Upper arm twist corrective. Yeah, that one's got quite a bit, actually. Upper arm twist 2. That's another big, ginormous cluster of bones, and I don't see any skin weights on them. Bicep, yep. Tricep, yep. Upper arm twist corrective 2. Yep. Now, why the hell did they use 2 and not 1? Right? See, there's already upper arm twist 01. Right? See it here? Upper arm twist 01 corrective. And then upper arm twist 2. And upper arm twist 2 corrective. Clavicle pec L. And that may just be something that's unique to the female, but that's definitely got some. Clavicle pec yes. Clavicle right. So there's no reason to go through all the right bones, right? Because we already did that. All the fingers, yes. Weapon, R, no. Wrist inner and outer, yes, those are going to have some. Lower arm corrective, right. So that's the same as the left side, it's just on the right side. Okay, neck 01. Yep, that's got some. Neck 02. Yep. Head, of course. Spine 04 latissimus. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I see it. See it? It's under the arm here. Yep, so that's got it. Spine 04 Letmus R. So yeah, that'd be the same on the other side. Now let's look at the leg bones. Okay, so thigh left. None. Calf left. None. Calf corrective root. None. Calf knee back. All right, that one's got some. Calf knee. Yep, that one's got some. Calf twist. Yep. Calf twist 2. Yep. And then calf twist corrective. It don't look like that one's got any. Foot left. Yep. Ankle back. Yep, that's got a little bit on it right there. Ankle forward left. Yep, that's got a little bit on it. Ball. Yep. Thigh corrective root. Left. I'm not seeing any on that one. Thigh back. Yep, that's got a little bit on it right there. Thigh back lower. Yep. Thigh forward. Yep. Forward lower, yes. Thigh in. Yep, that's right there. Thigh out. Yep. Thigh twist. Yep. Thigh twist corrective. What the fuck is with all these corrective shit? And it don't look like it's got any weight on it either. Thigh twist, yep. Thigh twist corrective. Again. So 2. There's a thigh twist 1 that's got a little bit on it. A thigh twist corrective 1 that does nothing on it. Then you got a thigh twist 2. It's got a lot on it. Thigh twist 2 corrective. Nothing that I can tell. And then, of course, I'm not going to go through the right because it will be the same. So, now here's the question for you guys. And I'm not an artist, so I don't really know. Why in the absolute fucking fuckery would they put all these goddamn bones in this character that makes old characters created for the old skeleton incompatible, and a metric ass load of these extra bones they put in this goddamn skeleton are not even fucking skinned to anything? I'm not an artist. We need an artist. To me, it just don't make no damn sense. I don't understand why you would have bones in a character that is not skinned to anything. Because for performance reasons alone, you would use as minimal amount of bones in your character as possible, I would think. Which is why when you specifically use the mobile mannequin, right? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there's two dummies. There is I'm talking about the old gray dude. There is a normal version of the dummy, and then there is a mobile version of the dummy. And essentially they look identical. The only difference is the mobile version of the dummy has less bones in it. Why? Because it needed more performance to run on mobile. So they shaved some of the unnecessary bones out of the default dummy so that it could be used for mobile games. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it, Big Dan. Well, I mean, there's really not much reason to bring the dude in because the dude uses the exact same skeleton. The only difference might be that some of these chest bones that we looked at, they might not even be skinned to anything on the dude. But we could take a quick peek at it. I'm not going to go through all the bones of that one. I'm quite confident in saying that it's got a bunch of bones in it too that are not skinned to anything. But I'm curious specifically about those chest bones, if they're skinned on this dude, which they shouldn't be, I wouldn't think. I think those are basically breast bones, right? Like if you want to give your boobies on your character jiggle, I think it has to have a bone for that. Let's see. So skin, paint skin weights. Yep. And essentially we're just going to look for those. What the hell were they called? Tit bones? No, they wasn't called tit bones. What the hell were they called? Oh, clavicle pec L. Yeah, see there. So on the dude, even those tit bones are not scaled or not skinned to anything. So that's a chick thing only. So wonder. Here's what I wonder. Let's go back into Unreal Engine 5 for a second. And even these that are called simple, you can see that, let's see. So if you look right here, if you hover over this SK Manny, if you look right there where it says bones, you can see that this one has 161 bones. And if you look at the simple, you can see that it has 89 bones. So I am correct, right? There is a performance cost for how many bones your character has in it. Because this one is 161 and this one is 89. So roughly half as many bones. But if that's the case, how the hell do they do that if all these are using the exact same skeleton, right? So see, if I open this here, this is not the simple. And if you click the skeleton button, it will take you to the skeleton that this specific character is using, right? Which is this one with all these bones. Now see, well, no, those are not skinned to anything, right? Okay, so then if you open the simple mannequin, which is supposed to have 89 bones, and you click the skeleton, it still takes you to that skeleton, right? Because there's only 2 skeletons in this whole entire project, right? And one is the default one that we looked at a minute ago, this one. And the other one is the new one that's got all them bones in it. So is there some way that I'm not aware of that you have the ability to disable bones in a skeleton in the editor? That could be the answer to the riddle. I don't know how you would do that. Like, is there a copy bone, reset, add socket, add virtual bone, remove selected, remove children? No, that's the LODs. Add preview asset. So I don't know how they done it. How the hell did they get the one to have less bones when they use the exact same skeleton that has the exact same amount of bones in it? Okay, well, I mean, I guess we can do one other experiment here, right? So if we were to do a new scene, don't save, and this time we bring the simple one out. Let me delete all this shit. And we export the simple asset actions, export to the desktop. Yes, go. And then we bring that one in here. No, that's not what I'm doing. Don't bring that stuff up. Nobody cares. Shut up. Nobody even likes you. Import the simple one that has 89 bones compared to the 100 and something. And we go to the Windows outliner, or not the Windows outliner, the outliner. Pelvis IK. Find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So no, it looks like it's the exact same skeleton. Neck 1 and 2. Clavicle left. Let me maximize that. Upper arm. Still showing 2 twist bones. Still got those index metacarpal bones. But it does look like it's missing some, right? Remember all them other ones that it had? How the hell do they do that? That's actually interesting. That's beyond my skill set. I have no fucking idea. But apparently, there's a way in the editor to disable bones. Let me go back. Let me do this. Skin, paint skin weights. Yeah, see, it's still got that center of mass bone. But look, you can look at this skeleton here, and you can already tell that there's a bunch of bones missing. Like it ain't got those chest bones. It don't have those chest bones, and there's a bunch missing. So it does definitely have less bones. But my question is, am I missing something here? Let me, let's do this. Right, so if we filter, is there a way to filter to skeleton assets? One of these buttons. Add an asset filter. Yes. Animation. Skeleton only. Yeah, see? There's only 2 fucking skeletons in here. So how the hell do you... I don't know. That's beyond my skill. But apparently there's a way. Interesting. Well, that's very interesting. Unless they added them somehow as a virtual bone. Add virtual bone. Well, you can definitely add virtual bones, but I don't see I don't see in here where you can remove bones. Maybe it's different LODs or something. I don't know. I'm not an artist. All I know is it's a clusterfuck. That's what I do know. Okay, let's see here. Remember that a skeleton can have more bones and be compatible if the extra bones are all children of existing bones. The case that doesn't work is extra bones that is in between two existing bones. That's correct. He is correct. You can have more than the default bones, but you can't break the core hierarchy, right? Yes, that is correct. Well, okay. Okay. Well, that's one more thing. That's yet one more thing about Unreal Engine 5 that I don't like. They added an astronomical amount of extra bones in that skeleton. And according to the tests we just did, any character that you bought that was created for Unreal Engine 4 for the default skeleton is not gonna work with the new skeleton. Doesn't mean that you can't still use the old one. It just means that any animations that are, well, no. I mean, I guess you can, we didn't try the other way, right? Like, here's what we did. We took a default third person animation for the old skeleton and we brought it in and did manage to get it to work on the new skeleton. We did do that. What we didn't do is take one of the new animations and try to put it on the old skeleton and see if it works, right? So that might be something worth exploring, right? So let's do that. Let's take one of the Quinn animations. I need to remove this filter. Yeah, let's take the run forward, which is for this one, this new skeleton. Let's take that and try to put it on the old gray dude and see what happens. Asset actions, export to the desktop. Yes, fine. And then we go into an old gray dude project, which would be this one. Make a new folder called testing. And we import from the desktop that new animation and we tell it to use that old skeleton. And we don't need materials and shit. This is just an animation, isn't it? Supposed to be. Go. This could happen if a significant hierarchical change has been made. Cancel. Okay. Well, fuck that, right? So, did I export that wrong? Let me go check something here just to make sure. That is definitely the animation sequence. Definitely. So let's asset actions, export again. We'll just put it over that one. Yes, I want to replace it. I did not tell it to export any kind of a preview mesh or any of that. So it's supposed to only export the animation, right? Only the animation. Okay. And then we go back in here and we import the new animation to the old skeleton. Maybe I tried to import a character. Is that what I did? I get too clicky clacky here and sometimes I fuck shit up. Okay, go. Okay, it's going to hiss and moan and tell us there's a bunch of bones missing, but that's fine. It really just matters if the animation works. Oh, wow. So the new animations that they created for that default mannequin's got root motion in it, which ain't the end of the world because you can force root lock, right? And then there it is. Looks a little weird on him, but overall it will work. Huh. That is so weird. Yeah, well, okay. So that answers that. I must have imported the damn character a minute ago. Well, okay. Well, I guess that's enough investigation discovery. Now what are we going to do? That is so weird. There's going to be a lot of people upset, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, whatever. Step back. I mean, it's got a lot better geometry. And the simple definitely has a lot less bones, but it's still got more than the default one did. But that's still, you know, half as many roughly bones. Cool. And I'd say that there's probably some of these bones that are not skinned to anything too. I mean, what I'd be doing is going in here and deleting all the bones that ain't skinned to shit. That's what I'd be doing. But, you know, whatever. No, don't save. Okay. Delete. Delete. All right, what are we going to do now? Now that that's over, what? Go back to the forums? Or we could answer the questions that I got asked that are not on a live stream, right? These came in email. I believe somebody emailed me. And I'm not really, I really don't want to do it, but I would and could do it. So in one of my live streams, I think it was actually the last live stream that I did, where I had mentioned about footstep sounds based on the type of material that you're walking on. And I'd mentioned something to the effect of, everybody that does a tutorial that shows how to do that, they always set up a line trace system that shoots a line trace from the pecker of the character down straight down to the floor. And they use that to get the surface type. And I said that that was an unnecessary process, that there is a way to get that same surface type using a built-in feature into the engine that would save you from having to set up a line trace system. And the question that was emailed to me was, how do you do that? And I mentioned it in the live stream, how you do it, but apparently it wasn't thorough enough for them to actually understand it, and they wanted to see a demonstration of it. So we can do that, right? And since we can do that, it would probably be a good idea to go ahead and cover how you do it with weaponry too, right? Because the very next question that I would get asked is, oh, So now that you've shown me this, how do I make my gun sound different based on the surface type it's shooting? So when you shoot at metal, it sounds like metal. And when you shoot water, it sounds like water, right? So that would be the follow-up question that I would get asked. So I might just show both, right? I could. And since I am going to do that, and I am going to show that, this would be a very good place for me to mention that this YouTube page is not like other YouTube pages. This YouTube page, I try to use as a source of income for myself. The only income that I get from doing this Unreal Engine stuff is by selling my course that I have on Udemy for $100 and selling the 4 products that I have on the Ue4 marketplace, and by people, viewers, making contributions via my PayPal link, buy me a coffee for spending these hours or however long I sit here showing this stuff and answering questions and hanging out. Buy me a coffee by sending $2 or $5 or however many bucks you feel like sending to my PayPal. The way that you find my PayPal link is in the description of any video on this YouTube page. There is a direct link to my PayPal. Also, in the banner, in the right-hand side, lower right-hand side of my banner, there is also a link. So with that, I am going to do this demonstration. However, if you guys like the content that you find here and you find it useful, at a bare minimum, entertaining, you should contribute to this YouTube page so that I feel like what I do is appreciated. And it will inspire me to potentially answer more questions in the future or make more videos. See how that works? That's how that works. Okay. I'm going to catch my breath here for a second, so I'll let you guys that are in chat, if any of you guys are in chat, I'll let you guys decide. Would you rather see the footstep sounds first and then the weapon, or would you rather see the weapon sounds and then the footstep sounds? You guys pick. Okay, go. Either way, we're going to have to set up a, I'm going to do this in Unreal Engine version 4.15. Why? Because that is my engine version of choice. If you guys are using a newer engine version, it should work just the same. But with 4.15, it'll be less aggravating, I'm sure. So we're going to create a, let me delete this. We're going to create a default third-person project here. Yes, I'm sure I want to delete stuff. Why are you asking me all these questions? So David Smiley in chat says, footsteps better for me. So since you're the only one that voted, we shall do footsteps. You may be the only one here, actually. We'll do the footstep sounds first, okay? Now, let's see here. I think we're going to add the animation starter pack to this. And the reason is because, oh shit, did I really just do that? That is absolutely not what I meant to do. So, well, we might need that anyway, right? We'll need some kind of a damn gun and shit in a minute. But that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do a third person template, but whatever. I said third and I clicked first. That's dyslexia kicking in. Okay, go. This is going to be a disaster. You know, it's been so long since I've actually did this. I may not even remember exactly how it works, but we will trudge through this anyway. Okay, so we have this guy, right? This guy we all love and admire. He is a fantastic specimen. The problem is he only goes one direction, right? And since we're going to be doing footstep sounds, it'd probably be better to have a character that handles and behaves a little bit more like we're trying to do. Okay. So we're going to add the animation starter pack simply because it has a starter character that we could start from, so we don't have to build everything from scratch. So we're going to go to the library and we're going to search for the anim starter pack. And we're going to add that to my project too, since I'm a moron and created a first person project that I didn't mean to do. And the sole purpose of that, so we can get a character. See, this animation starter pack, it comes with this ASP character, right? So we're going to delete this guy out of the level. And we're going to delete this player start and drag a brand new one in. Why did they put that in there backwards? I swear they did that just to fucking aggravate me. But anyway, we're going to put that in here. And then we need to open the game mode for this project here, the default project. And we're going to change the character from the third person character to this Ue4 ASP character. Okay. And just compile and save that. And we're going to make sure right here in the world settings, we're going to plug in that third person game mode so that when we spawn, we have this dude. Okay. And if memory serves me correctly, there is a issue with this dude where he twitches and shit. Maybe not. I don't know. But we're just going to roll with this. Okay. So that's our, oh, there it is. I see it now. So in that character's animation blueprint, which is in the animation starter pack, we're going to create a new folder here just so I don't have to hunt shit for 3 hours, called testing. Boy, I sure do a lot of testing, don't I? And we're going to put in the animation blueprint for that character, which is this one, and the actual character blueprint. And we're going to put that in this testing folder. Move here. And then we're going to rename this so that I don't get lost looking for it to BP Character Master. And we're going to rename this animation blueprint to ABP Character Master. That way I don't have to hunt shit for 3 hours. Make sense? And we're going to open that and see if we can fix that twitch that this thing has. Also, we're not going to be doing the whole crouching BS. So I'm just going to delete that out of here. No, I cannot, because if I do, I'm going to break the animation blueprint. So we're just going to pretend like we didn't see that warning. Actually, you know what? God, fucking damn it, son of a... Go into your settings, under project settings, under input, under action, add one, and just name it crouch. And then put a button, key press in, what? Left control, C. Let's just put C for crouch. And then we open that blueprint, recompile it, and save it, and now that goes away. So we don't have to pretend like we didn't see it in the first place. Okay? What? All right. And let's also look to see if we can fix that twitch. And I think it's because that orient rotation to movement bullshit is turned on. Under the camera boom, no. Under the player controller or camera, no. Under the character movement. Under the character movement, type in orient and uncheck that box. That's not supposed to be on for a character that is controlled this way. And that's what causes that bullshit twitching you seen a second ago. So now that's gone. Also, let's turn off that capsule component because that's annoying as shit too. So under the capsule component, it's going to be hidden in game. We don't give a single damn about seeing this capsule component. Okay. There. Now we got a perfectly fine character. Okay. Now, before we go any further, we need to get some footstep sounds in here. Now, I have something that you guys may or may not have. Okay. You guys are going to have to come up with your own sound effects. So at some point, somehow, I ended up with a footsteps pack. Now watch this not be. Oh, it goes all the way back to 4.7. So that's awesome. We are going to add that to this project for the sole purpose of having some sound effects. Now the question is it going to be different footsteps or is it just a set of footstep sounds? I have no idea. I don't think I've ever even used this. Hopefully there's some different sound effects in here. I don't know. We will see. Footstep sound. Maps, material, sounds. Sound cues. There is only a single set of footstep sounds in this entire damn project. Well, that's a pretty shitty project if you ask me. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. There are different concrete, you got gravel, grass, metal, ground, plastic, and he's got this whole project rigged up this way. Okay. And we're going to build our own. So we're not going to, use what he put in here. I only want the wave files. That's what I did that for. Just the wave files. But out of curiosity, since we're in investigation discovery mode, there should be a map in here that demonstrates what he did. Oh, I'm compiling shaders and you don't want me to. Right, so if we hit play here, let's just see what he did. Yeah, see how he does this? See? Water, snow, grass, whatever, right? So he's got different sound effects in here. And it looks like that he's got some kind of volumes and all this stuff set up here, right? So I'm curious, if we was to open this character, let's see if we can figure out how he did it. Okay. So on event tick, he's setting some kind of a vector parameter value that's changing the color for male and female, right? So that's pretty weird. And then on event begin play, we're disabling the input, whatever this is. And he's getting some kind of random floating range, max walk speed, jump, delay, stop jumping. Okay, so there's some really interesting stuff going on in the character. Gamepad input, character speed. So that's typical stuff. And he's got footsteps here. which is a sound effect he's got plugged in. He's got jump end and jump start sound effects plugged in. So how the hell did he do this? And then he's got Footsteps character, and that's just the mannequin and shit. Maps, materials, sounds. How the hell is he doing this? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because we're not going to do it the way he did it anyway. But that's kind of curious. I'm kind of curious as to how he did that. What are these volumes he's got in here? Post-process volume. Maybe that's post-process. That ain't what we're looking for. What is this one? Light mass importance volume. Box brush. Nav mesh bounds. Audio volume. That's some kind of box. Audio volume 2. That must be the reverb stuff. Yeah. So that's that reverb stuff. I'm trying to first diagnose how he did it, because that's kind of curious. I mean, there's only about 1,000,000 different ways to do everything. And sometimes I like to look to see what other people did. So he's got some target points in here. I don't know what the hell that is. I still don't see how he's doing that. It's not in the character blueprint. Rattle volume. Is it in the construction script? Oh, look at that. No, that's a dynamic material. No, that ain't it. Where the fuck did he do this? Oh, it's in the Anim BP? Is that where he did this? Whoa. Oh, my sweet baby sonny Jesus. Oh, my God. Look at this, would you? Right, so he took the default pawn owner, right? So this is the default stuff that comes in the third person blueprint, but look at all this crap. So it's an anim notify, and he's casting to the character, playing some footsteps, set Boolean parameter, value, step play, rattle play, try get pawn owner, footsteps volume, rattle volume, type floor. Right, so he's getting the get actor location, and it looks like he is doing a line trace. Right, here's that typical way people do this. Right here, right, he's doing a line trace, going straight down between his legs, breaking it, and he's plugged in an array. And that should contain all the surface types, right? And you can see there's 12 in here. Yep. Set integer parameter. Set Boolean parameter. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is look at all this damn stuff. That's the point I'm trying to make. Holy sweet baby Jesus. That looks pretty damn complicated to me. Just so you guys know. Jump in, jump volume, type floor. And there's yet another line trace, right? So he's doing 1, 2, 3. Looks like he's doing 3 line traces. I'm pretty sure they're all just going down below between his legs. That one's 120. That one's 150. And that should be, well, it's not negative. That should be negative 150. Unless he reversed it some other way. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. And he's doing it with anim notifies, right? So then that means every one of these, the jump, not the jump, but the walk and the runs probably got anim notifies in it. Yep. Step, step for the walk. And then he's got in the run, I'm sure, step, step. In the jump end, there's nothing. In the jump loop, there's nothing. In the jump start, there's nothing. Actually, there is an anim notify in the jump start. In idle, nothing in idle. So he's triggering them. He's triggering them via anim notifies, right? And so, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Triggering them with anim notifies. And I mean, this is, you can do it this way, obviously, because he's got it working. But once again, that looks like stupendously complicated to me. Target is audio component. Footsteps. But where is he? Hold on, I'm looking. Set Boolean parameter. Step play. So those must be values that he set up inside that sound cue that we looked at a minute ago. Right here, footsteps. See all this shit here? Mixer, branch is male. And then this it's probably got, let's see here, branch is male. There's still something missing here. Is that it? Switch floor. And that's stuff that's probably built into here. Yeah, that's what it is. And then you can name it like right there. And then you can add inputs and outputs and all that. So that's what he's doing. He's doing it. He's setting parameters based on the surface type, which then pulls it out of the sound cue, right? That's how he's doing this. And that's what all this stuff is. Footsteps play. And then over here, find, and he's setting the integer parameter in the audio component, right? That's where he's doing that, which then tells it inside here which one of these to play. Right? So that would be 0, 1, 2, 3. So when he sets that based on the surface type, that's how this switch knows which sound effect to pull. Right? That's how it knows. I've never seen it done this way. So this is interesting for me to actually follow this. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, that's enough of that, I guess. Okay. I said I was going to do this, right? So we need to get cracking here. I'm going to be here all night, but that's fine, right? Because I ain't got shit to do no ways. Not at this very moment. So I guess the question that I would ask is, there's two ways to do this that I know of beyond what you guys just saw here. One way is to do the anim notify route, which is exactly what he did. Never mind the fancy schmancy sound cue that he set up, all that elaborate system and all that. At the end of the day, you can do it that way with an anim notify. Okay. The problem with doing it with an anim notify is that every single animation, you have to put those anim notifies in, right? Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So if we go back into his animations, where the hell is it? Yeah, into his animations here. Remember, I was looking at those anim notifies, and remember in the walk here, see how he's got an anim notify here and here called step? That means that every movement animation that you create, every one of them, you're going to have to put those anim notifies in. Let me show you what I mean. If you guys are unaware how you put an animation notify in, I will show you. Right? So what you have to do is, this is a timing thing, okay? So what you have to do is you have to scrub the animation till his feet hit the ground, right? So watch this notify thing up here. So as I scrub through this, see how when his heel hits the ground right there, see how it's got that anim notify? And then you got to scrub until his foot hits the ground again, right? Which is right here. See, the heel hits the ground. So that means that every animation that you intend to use, you're going to have to put these in. And to put them in, it's not that complicated, right? That's not the point of this. See, you can scrub this here, and to add a notify, you just right click, add notify, right? And he's already got one called step. So I'm going to make a new one just to demonstrate this. Okay. So you create new notify, and you would do it something like L foot down. Okay. Just like that. And then you would have an R foot down. In this scenario that he did, he just simply called them step. So he did not make any differentiation between whether it was the left foot down or the right foot down. He just called it step. Okay. Personally, if I was doing this, I would say this is the left foot down. This is the right foot down. Okay. But he didn't do that. So that's all you do to add an anim notify. And once you add an anim notify into an animation, it then becomes immediately accessible in your animation blueprint. Okay. So now if I was to come in here, right click and type L underscore foot, see right here where it says event anim notify L foot down. That is for that animation notify that we just created, which means every time this animation gets to here, it's going to fire that, right? So if I put a print string here, just make it say hello, pilot and save it. It'll only do it if he's walking. See there? Hello, 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 hello. See? So that's what an anim notify does. And that is already how he did this. Okay. So another way that you can add footstep sounds only is in that same type scenario. If you select it right here, under this event, no, that's not it. No, it's not an anim notify. You right click and you can do right here. You can just straight up play a sound. Okay. And then if you select it, then it allows you to plug in a sound. Okay. So you can put a sound effect directly into the animation, The problem with that is it plays that sound. And to my knowledge, there's no way to change it, right? Once you plug in that sound effect into the animation, that's it. You don't have no way to say, well, if this is wood, play this sound, not that sound. Now, that may not necessarily be true, but to my understanding, that's once you put a sound and you plug a sound in, you can't change it from that point, okay? So then the other option is you just use an anim notify. All you do is get it to trigger the event in the animation blueprint. Okay. And then you change your sound effects here, like he did, right? Right here. So I never do this way, ever. And the reason is, if we were to do it this way, right here, that he did it, I want you guys to look at how many different animations we have, okay? What do I mean by that? So if we open up the BS jog, we have a jog forward, we have jog left, we have jog right, and we have jog backward. And this character doesn't even have all the movement that a typical character would have. Let me show you guys what I mean. So he's got forward, and he's got left, and he's got right, and he's got backward. But what he's missing is forward left, forward right, back left, and back right. Okay. So without even taking into consideration how many animations he's missing that would have to be created, I want you to look at how many anim notifies we would have to manually add in every single one of these, right? So if we were to open jog forward, we would have to scrub this animation back, and we would scrub it forward until his heel hits the ground right there. So that means we would need to add an anim notify here for his right foot down or step. Then we would scrub it again, and we would add another one right there for his left foot down. Then we would scrub it again, and we would add another one for right foot down. And then we would scrub it again and add another one for left foot down, right? And that's only forward, jog forward, which means you would have to do the exact same thing. You would have to do the exact same thing for jog left. Scrub it, anim notify, left foot down. Scrub it, anim notify, right foot down, etc., etc. Then you would have to do this one. Then you would have to do backward, right? All them anim notifies, you'd have to add them. And then consider the ones that are missing. You would also have to add them in jog forward left, jog forward right, jog backward left, jog backward right. Now, just in that, look at how many times you're going to be in here scrubbing this animation and getting your damn anim notifies in. Now imagine if he switches from rifle hip to iron sights. Now you got to go put those same goddamn animation notifies in jog or in walk forward iron sights, walk backward iron sights, walk left iron sights, walk right iron sights, walk forward right, forward left, back right, right? And then imagine you have pistol animations. You get to do that again. Then imagine you have grenade launcher animations. You get to do that a fucking again, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that the way I do this is completely irrelevant of what animation is playing. Completely irrelevant. Doesn't make a single damn what animation's playing. Now, if you're only working with one set of animations, that's not a problem, right? Once you get those animation notifiers put in, that's it. That's the end of the story, unless you add more animations later. So what I chose to do was to do it completely different, okay? And I'm going to show you guys now how I did it, okay? Now, it's been a very long time since I actually set this up, but I want to show you guys this because I think that the way I do this is a far better way and less tedious way of accomplishing the same exact thing that he did, okay? But in order for me to do this, I'm going to have to cheat like a whore because it's been so long since I did it. But some of you guys may remember, once upon a time in a galaxy far away, I had this project called Jetpack FPS Basic, okay? And there was a big, huge controversy around these animations because they were so similar to the animations found in a game called Tribes Ascend that I was accused of stealing these animations. So I removed all my jetpack stuff from the marketplace, okay? But I set up Footstep Sounds in this project a unique way that you guys will never see done anywhere else other than the way that it was done in this project. So I'm going to use this as reference to cheat, and I'm going to show you guys how I do this. Just to give you a quick demonstration here, listen. See that? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to recreate how I did the footstep system in this project. Okay, so I'm going to put this on my right hand screen, and we're gonna nothing to it but to do it. Okay. John Galt, you talk too damn much. Well, look, I don't just let people click buttons, right? When you follow what I try to show how to do, you get explanations as to why we do it. Okay? It's not because it's the only way. It's not because it's the proper way. It is because it is the way that I chose to do it. Okay? For a very specific reason. And usually the reason is to get out of a bunch of mundane nonsense of going in and adding all those anim notifies to 742 goddamn animations. Okay? That's why. Well, John Galt, the simple way to do that is don't have 742 animations. Well, sometimes you can't help that. Okay? You can't. Okay? So here we go. We're going to get to it here. Let's get cracking. Okay. So in this character's blueprint for this anim starter pack dude, this guy, this is where we're going to start this process at. Okay? Okay. So we're just going to find a blank spot here, and we're going to right click and we're going to say get velocity. Okay. And it's under the transform here, get velocity. Then we're going to break it. Break vector. And then we're going to turn right around, right click and type make vector. Okay, we're going to put X into X and Y into Y. Now, why are we doing this? It is because the Z velocity is up and down, which has nothing to do with moving around on the ground. Okay, so we remove it by just simply leaving that unhooked. Then we get the vector let's just type length. We get the vector length, which is the speed of the character in the X or the Y. That's the speed. Okay. Then we're going to check to see if this is greater than a value. And it looks like I put 90 in, but I'm just going to leave it 0 for now. And we may come back and tweak that. Okay. Then the next thing we need to know is the character in the air or not? Right? Because obviously you don't want footstep sounds playing if the character is not on the ground. So the way that I do that is I get the character movement component and built right into the engine. Actually, I'm checking to see if the character's flying. Well, this character ain't going to be flying. So we're not going to even do that. Okay. We're going to put a branch here and we might have to come back and tweak this. See, I did a jetpack system, right? So it was a little bit more complicated than this is going to be. So we're not going to worry about whether the character is in the air or not just yet. Okay. Then we're going to put a do once here. And if this is true, we're going to do this one time. And what we're going to be doing is set timer by event. And we're going to create a custom event. And this is going to be called Footstep Timer. Oh yeah, Footstep. That's exactly right. Footstep Timer. And we're going to plug this up here. And for now, we're just going to put a value in here of like 0.3. And this is going to be looping. And we'll compile that and save it. And we need to promote this to a variable here. And we're going to call this Footstep Timer handle. Footstep Timer handle. Jesus Christ. I'm sure that's spelled exactly wrong, but that's fine, right? You guys spell yours right. And if this is false, we're going to take that footstep timer handle and we're going to say clear and invalidate timer by handle. So if this is false, we're going to do this. And then we're going to reset this do once like that. And we're going to compile that and save it. Now here is where we need to check if the character is in the air or not. So now we bring in the character movement component and we're going to check is falling. And we're going to put a branch here. And that is going to be the condition for this branch. Okay. And then this is where we're going to well, there's a couple different ways you could do this, but we're just going to do for now, we're going to say play sound at location. If this is true. And the sound effect, we don't know yet. Okay. Let me bring Chad up here. Okay. I see you guys over there. I'm just working. So take it easy, David. David, we'll catch you later. Okay, so we're just going to do this for now. We're going to leave it right like this. Actually, we're just going to put the carpet 1 sound in for now, just so it'll make some racket. Okay, and we're going to create one more custom event, and this is going to be called Start Footstep Time, or something like that bullshit. And we're going to put this right here. And then we're going to compile this and save it. And we're going to call this from either of these events right here. So we're going to be calling Start Footstep Timer. And we're literally going to plug both of these in right here like this. And compile that and save it. And that should be enough to get some sound going. Okay, so first we got to get some sound going. And I don't hear a single damn thing. So let's go back in here and see what I broke. So we're doing this, we're doing this. That's fine. Greater than 0, that's fine. That's fine. Where did I make the boo-boo at? Oh. Is not falling. Yeah, that makes a difference, right? So this is not falling. How about now? Have we got anything? There we go. It's playing a sound. And then when I stop, it quits playing the sound. Okay, now obviously you want the sound to match his feet. And as you can see, 0.3 is too fast. Now there is a way that you could probably go in here and take the jog forward rifle, and you could probably get the time on this, right? So if you go to where the first foot hits the ground, roughly about right there, and you look at how long it took. So that's 0.2. And then if you go to the next one, that's 0.6. So from 0.2 to 0.6 is what? It's definitely not 0.3. So we can start increasing that. Let's just do it. Let's start out at 1 second, right? So every 1 second, play the sound. I'm terrible at math, but you guys will get the point here. So every 1 second is obviously way too slow. So we are going to dick around with this for a minute, and I don't want to spend too much time getting hung up in the details. You guys get what I'm trying to do here. So let's try 0.6. That's still too much. Too long. So 0.3 was too fast. 0.6 looks too slow. So 0.5. We'll just keep dicking with this until we get something that kind of matches up a little. No, that's still too much. Point 0.4 maybe? Maybe 0.45 or some bullshit like that. Yeah, let's do that. 0.45, and we'll nail it down there. Close enough between hand grenades and horseshoes. Okay. So we have a little system set up here where we can get these footstep sounds to play at an interval. And once again, you guys may have to tinker with that interval. I don't want to sit here on live stream dicking with this for 3 hours, but you guys get the point. So now what we're doing, instead of going into every single one of them damn animations and putting in those stupid anim notifies, which you could get it to be more precise by doing it that way. This is a way that you could do that without having to go through all that trouble. Now we need to work on getting the surface type, right? Because obviously the goal here at the end of the day is not just to play a sound, it is to play a sound based on the surface type. Now, since we already have this little system set up here, all we need now is from the character movement component, there is a, if you pull out of the character movement component and type floor, there is a, which one was it? Was it find floor? Yeah, find floor. Did you guys see that? I'll do that one more time, okay? Pull out of the character movement component and type find floor. Okay, and right there it is. It's a function built right into the engine called find floor. And if you read what it says here in this pop-up box, it says sweeps a vertical trace to find the floor for the capsule at a given location. Will attempt to perch if should compute perch, blah, blah, blah. But essentially what this means is, built right into this engine, there is already a function and functionality to look at what the floor is that the capsule component of the character is on. Okay. And if you bring that in here, you're going to see that it has a floor result. And if you pull out of that and you break it, break find floor results, then you get this. And then from this, if you take the hit result and break it yet again, now you have the ability to take the physical material and pull out of that and type get surface type. Okay. So follow me here. We'll just stack these over here together like this. And the capsule location, you could just bring in the capsule component and you could probably do get world location and plug that in potentially. Now, once again, it's been a long time since I did surface types, but we're going to roll with that for right now. Okay. Okay. So now you have to define your surface types. Okay. Like how many are you going to have? How many? So we're going to clear out this carpet sound and we're going to pull out of that sound and we're going to type select, and we're going to use this utility called select. And then this will be your wild card. But currently we only have the default. So how do you get more of those? Now, this is where things start getting a little weird, okay? So in this engine, you have the ability to set up several different physical materials. Okay. To access that, you go up here to settings and you go under project settings, and there is a section here called physics. And if you click that and you scroll down here, you're going to see right here where it says physical surface. Now, the only one that's showing up currently is this one called default. If you want more, you need to ask yourself, how many surface types am I going to have? And you could have something like grass, water, snow, metal. And that's all we're going to put in there for now. But literally, you would add however many surface types you want to have. Right here is where you add those. This is the exact same place that you do it for the gun, right? So if you want to have your weapon sound like you're shooting water, when you shoot water, you need to have one for water. Metal, snow, dirt, mud, glass, right? You would have as many of them as you want. That's up to you. Okay. But this is where you add them. Now, by adding them here, if you go back in here now, recompile and save this, which it may not do it, right? You may have to restart your editor. Let's unhook all this, compile that and save it. And let's plug it back up and see if it adds them. And it does not, right? So leave it unhooked, compile it and save it, and shut down the editor and reopen it, right? So let's go ahead and save selected here. And then we're going to simply reopen this, and now it should populate that. So when you add those physical surface types in that project settings, you'll probably have to restart the editor. So now if we go back in to the character blueprint, now look at this node. See? And so when you plug this up and then plug this up, now you guys see how this is going to work. So the capsule is going to look underneath it and check to see what the surface type is. First, you have to define how many surface types you want in your project settings, and that's still not the end of the equation. Okay? But that's to show you how to add that part. Okay? So the next part of adding surface types is you have to have materials. Okay? So we're going to add feature or content pack, and we're going to add that craptastic starter content that everybody loves so well. Okay? And the reason we're adding this is so that we have these materials here. Okay? But that's not the end of the equation. If you open up a material, doesn't matter what kind of material, if you open up a material, so I'm going to open up this metal, burnished steel. Every material that you have has the ability right here to assign a physics material. And of course, if you hit this drop down here, you can see that this project that I added already has physical materials. So we're going to pretend like there's nothing in here. When you guys hit this, it should have nothing in it. Nothing. Okay? The reason that mine has it is because of these Footstep Sound pack from that other guy. So if we was to go in here and look at these materials, you're going to see that he has a folder in here called physical materials. And inside here you're going to see he's got one for carpet, one for concrete, one for grass, one for gravel, one for ground, etc., etc. So you guys won't have these, right? And I'm going to go ahead and delete every single one of these, and it'll break stuff probably, but I'm going to delete it just to show you guys how you actually make them. So we're going to say force delete, and we're going to get rid of all of those. Okay. Now what we're going to do is in our testing folder, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it PHYSMATS, physics mats. Now, just to show you guys, let me save all this stuff. If we go back into his project, or if we go back into this starter content here, back into the materials, and now we open up one of these materials, and I hit physical material, now you're going to see that I have none, right? Because once again, that footstep sound thing that I added just to get the sounds, he already created these. So now I'm going to show you guys how you create these. Okay. So in that folder that we created called physics mats, if you right click and you go to physics, you're going to see that you have the ability to create a physics material. And when you do that, you select physical material and hit select. And then you call it what it's going to be, right? So this is going to be pmat underscore grass. And we're going to open this. And all you have to do is right here where it says physical properties, see the surface type? This will be all those entries you put into your project settings. However many you put in here, there's going to be one listing here for every one of them. So this one we called grass. So I'm going to set it to be grass, and then we're going to save it. Then we're going to duplicate this. And this one, we're just going to call default. And we're going to open this, and we're going to set the surface type to default. And then we need one for water, snow, and metal. So you can duplicate any one of these. It doesn't matter. And we're going to call this one metal. Open it and change it from grass to metal. We need one for snow. You guys getting the point here, right? So we duplicate this one. And we call this one, let's just call this one water. Open it and change it to water. Save it. Duplicate it again and make one for snow. And open it and make sure you set it to be snow. Okay, so that means we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these bad boys. And we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, that's still not the end of the equation. Okay, so the next part is you have to go to your materials. In this case, this is this crappy starter content stuff. Under the materials, and pick, right? So we have grass. So we open grass, and right here where it says physical material, now you see all those physical mats that we created are listed. So this is naturally going to be grass. Compile it or apply it and save it. And then you need metal, right? So we're just going to do copper. Open the copper. Set the physical material to metal, apply it and save it. And then we need, what the hell else did we create? Water, right? So there should be some water in here somewhere. Let's just do the ocean water. Set this one to be water. Apply that and save it. And snow, right? So we're just going to use basic wall for snow. I'll never remember this, by the way. So we did grass, we did metal, we did water, we did snow. And then, of course, whatever material you decide to define as default, whatever. Anything that's not metal, wood, water, whatever it is that you put in there, you set as default, that material. Now, the next part of this is, obviously, you're going to need some objects that have these materials applied to them. Okay? So under architecture, we're going to bring in a floor here. And let's just pull that up just a little bit, move it over this way some. Come on, work with me here, Mr. Editor. And before we do any more, let's see if we can get just one working, okay? So let's save all this. And then we need to put one of those materials on this. So we're going to put the ocean water on this, okay? And now we need to go into the character blueprint in here, and we need to define a sound to play when we step on water. So I'm just going to search. And now, once again, remember, these assets had shit in them already. So I'm just going to type water. And you should use a sound cue for this. And I might just show you guys how to make one real quick. You wouldn't want to use the exact same water for every step. There, you see how he's got water 1, water 2, water 3, water 4, water 5, water 6, water heals 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's got all kinds of sound effects in this pack here. So let me show you guys quickly how you would actually set this up for reals. So what you would do in this testing folder here, we're going to create a new folder. And we're going to call this Footstep Cues. Okay, we're going to open this and we're going to right click. We're going to go under Sounds and we're going to create a sound cue. And we're going to call this Water Cue. And then inside the water cue, we're going to open this. We're going to restore this so that it shrinks like this. And then we're going to go into that sound pack I put in here, under the sounds, under the waves. And we're going to look for Footsteps Mono, male, as if it makes a difference if it's a man or a woman walking on shit. I don't get it. We're going to go under water and we're going to take all these waters here. We're going to select all of them, drag them into this queue and drop them like that. Then we're going to select all of them and we're going to right click on one of them. How the hell did I do this before? Wasn't there a way to... Just, maybe it's this. Maybe you select them all, right click on a blank spot and type random and use this random sound node and see how it plugs them all together for you. Isn't that nice? Unreal's so sweet sometimes. And then you hook it up. And now when it plays this sound cue, it will pick one of these water sounds at random, so it's not repeating the exact same sound every time. Okay? So play cue. See how that works? Okay? So that's how you make a sound cue for this. So now for water, we can actually put in water. And there should be one in here called water cue. Now that's the one that we just made, right? So I'm going to plug that in here. And let's go ahead and do a print string here. And I essentially want to know, plug that in, it'll convert it. I want to know if it's actually pulling the sound, because once again, it's been a long time since I set this shit up, so we might have to bug hunt. But theoretically, what should happen here is when we move, it should say default. See? Every time the footstep plays, it says default, which we don't have anything defined, so it's not going to play anything. Now, when we hop up on this water floor we put in, it still only says default, which means it is not pulling. Oh, we got an error here. Let's see what's going on. Access none, trying to read, break hit result, physical material, access none. Okay, well, it's accessing none. So that means, what does that mean? That means that it's not pulling the surface type. We did put that on there. Let me, just for testing purposes here, let me put that water on the whole damn floor. Seems like I've done this before, and there was some sort of a weird issue where these assets that Epic provides had some kind of a weird issue. But let me just check here. So if we go back into the materials and we put that water, first let me make sure I put that in here, and I did. So that's not it. Let me drag that onto the entire floor, and let's see if the whole damn thing does it. Yeah, it's still detecting default. And we get the error. So let me see if it does it without actually being up on the... Yep. So it's still the same thing. So it's not getting, it is not getting the surface type. So let me see if I can control Z. Oh no, of course I can't. Let's just put the basic floor back on here, whatever. Okay, so let's go see if I can figure out what's broke. So find floor. We are doing that. So it's trying to get it. It's just not getting it. So let me, it might not be this, right? It might be that other one. Let me pull out of this again and type floor. Get current floor. Information about the floor the character is standing on, updated only during walking movement. So let's try that one. Okay. And let's break it. Split struck pin. Let's see. Floor hit result. Break that one. And that would be physical material into the surface type. So let's try that one instead. One of these worked, one of them didn't. I don't remember exactly what was what. Nope, it's still detecting default. Let me read this message again. Access none, trying to read, break hit result, physical mat from function. So it's definitely not getting it. Play sound at location. Okay, well. And it does that for all of these. So let me do one more experiment real quick, right? So let's delete this wall here and let's make a landscape. And let's put the water material on this landscape. Wait, why is it not? Well, okay, so maybe this don't work. Pull this up here. Let's see if we get that same error just walking around on the... Yep, it's still giving the exact same error. Okay, well, what in the actual hell is going on here? It could have something to do with this. No, that's definitely coming out of there. Okay, well, let's put this back in here. And let's scratch that one. It seems like I had this exact same damn problem before. And it was something stupid after I figured out what it was. I was like, you got to be shitting me. So I may have to sit here and actually dick with this more than I want to. It could be that, right? Like maybe we don't need that hooked up. Let's just see. Nope, it's still doing it. Break hit result, physical mat from function. Let me bring chat up. What am I missing, guys? Oh, nobody's paying any attention. Well, that figures. It's for some reason it is not detecting that physical material, right? Because no matter what we're walking on, it's saying default. Well, it's getting it, right? Obviously, because it's reading default. But for some reason, and we do have the water cue plugged in there. Maybe it's I don't know. Let's try something different here. Let's put a... Instead of that floor, let's put a wall panel in here and we will flip this thing down. It seemed like I sat there for hours hunting this shit and it was actually the goddamn asset. All right, and let's put water. If we can't get it to detect the surface type this way, maybe that's why nobody did it this way, but I'm 99.999% sure I got this to work this way. It's just it's something that I'm missing here, right? So let's put the ocean water on this. Yeah, it's still reading it as default, which is odd to me because it's detecting a surface type. It's just not detecting the one that we put on it. Okay. So it's something to do. It's something to do with this. Maybe we need to, I mean, we shouldn't have to do that. You know what I want to know? Let's print out the location of this capsule component. See if that's moving around with us. Yeah, it's definitely moving with us. So okay. So then we shall keep diagnosing this. So let's say we want to print out the impact location. If that changes. Yeah, it's definitely changing. What in the hell is going on here? Physical material, and we're getting the surface type, right? And I mean, that's obviously exactly what it ought to be doing. Maybe let's print out the physical material. See if it's even detecting the physical material. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe. Let's unhook this so it don't give that error. Let's just see if it's even returning a physical material. Right? So there's none here, obviously, but this one should have something. And it does not have anything. So it is not detecting the physical material. Hey, wait a minute. Could it be in the capsule component itself? Collision. I'll be a son of a bitch. I think I fucking found it, guys. Do you guys see right here where it says return material on move? Do you guys see that? I'd about be willing to bet you my left nut that has to be checked true before it will actually detect the physical material. What do you guys think? Let's try it. Default physical material. Now, what happens when I get on this fucking water? Hey, look at that shit. Epic Games, eat a bag of dicks with your little secret double, triple probation hidden fucking check boxes. So now, I bet you my left nut motherfucker will work. How about that? God damn it. And when we get on it, look at that. And of course, it's not going to play anything for default because we don't have one. And I bet you my left nut that it had nothing to do with it being that floor panel either. Look at that. Okay, so now that we wasted all that time trying to hunt up a double secret, triple probation secret checkbox. God damn it. Now what you can do is this kind of stuff, right? So now you can take this, duplicate it, and you change the material to a different material. So what did we define? I'm all discombobulated now. So we had water and we did copper for metal. And then we did the basic white was snow. And then we did grass for grass, right? Now the problem here is we don't have any more sound cues, right? So we need a grass, a snow, and a metal. So quickly here, since I wasted all that time, what we're going to do is duplicate this water cue, and we're going to change this to be snow. And we're going to open it, and we're going to delete all this bullshit. And we are going to go get some snow sound effects from that starter kit thing that I put in here. Under the wave files, under male or female, who gives a shit, right? So there should be some snow. We get all the snow, drag it in here, and we could do that trick, but we'll just plug these up right quick. All right, let's do another one. Sorry about that, guys. It's the little shit that gets you, man. I knew there was something funky. And wouldn't you know, it would be a hidden fucking checkbox. Do you guys have any idea how long it took me to figure that out after the first time? Imagine if I'd been sitting here dicking with this and I didn't have any inkling of the, wait a minute, I did this before, and I remember something that was really funky about this. At least I had an inkling of an idea that, wait a minute, there was something strange about this to get this to work. Whatever, right? You guys know what I'm saying here. Whatever. Sometimes I believe Epic goes out of their way to make things harder than they actually need to be. Why is that not turned on by default? Why? I don't know. Somebody will have to email Epic and find out. Anyway, what the hell was I doing again? Who am I? What is my name? Oh yeah, that's right. We're going to duplicate this, and we're going to call this one metal. And we'll change the sound cues out. And this time around, I'm actually going to cheat, right? Let's delete all this stuff. And we're going to go into metal, get them all, drag them in, shortcut guys, drag them in, select them all, right click, and type random. Bam, plugs them up instantly. Much better. What else do we need? We got water. What, snow? Was that it? No, we did snow. We got metal, water, snow. We need grass. Duplicate, and this shall be grass. I don't give a single damn about spelling at this point. Open it. Delete it. Go fish out some grass sound effects. Drag them in. Select them all. Right click. Random. And plug it up. Save it. And now we go into the character blueprint. And we plug them up. Right? So back in here where we were doing all of our bug hunting, we got grass. So we type grass. Look for that cue that we made right there. We got water already. We need snow. And we need metal. And compile it and save it. And voila, we just created a AAA game. Check this out. We don't have a default sound, right? So that's why it ain't playing nothing, but check this out. How about that shit? Let me bring Chad up. Okay. All right, so C Studio, shouldn't you select a sound asset in the select? Yes. Yes to all the above. Yes. Okay, so we're going to kind of recap this here. So instead of putting those stupid anim notifies in every single damn animation footstep that your animation plays, what we did was we created a timer to play the sound effect. Now, see, here's the thing. Now it don't matter what animation is playing, right? As long as you're moving, it's looking for the sound effect. And this interval is adjustable, right? So you can speed it up or slow it down. So here's an example. If you decide you want your character to have the sprint ability, well, when you put your logic in for sprinting, you change this variable to a faster rate, right? You would promote this to a variable like this, and this would be called footstep time. And then you could alter it, right? So see, once again, when you put your sprint logic in, you would be doing a set and you would change it to whatever speed you need it to be. And then when you quit sprinting, you slow it back down to whatever it was for your normal speed. Okay, see how that works? So we're doing that, right? So what we're doing, we're getting the velocity of the character in the X and the Y only, because footstep sounds don't give a shit if you're going up or down. So we're only looking in the left, right, front, back. We're getting the speed, and once again, you can put the if you're going greater than 0, well then obviously that means you're moving. But for whatever reason, if you need to say, okay, only if you're moving above 20 units per second or whatever this speed rate is here, you can increase it here. If that's true, meaning you're moving, we do a do once. And the reason we do a do once is because we're calling that right here, right? So if you guys are unaware of this, these input axes work like an event tick. These things are no different than event tick, right? So a lot of times you guys may see people putting things on an event tick. Well, we constantly need to be looking to see if that character is moving or not. So you could do this. You could do this two different ways, right? And I'll explain to you guys real quickly here why I'm doing it this way and not this way. So you could do the exact same thing by putting this on an event tick, right? Now watch, this will work exactly the same. Now, the reason I'm not doing this on an event tick is because this, which is already in here, your input movements, these are already on an event tick. Watch, let me show you. If I put a print string in here and I just plug one of these up, look at how many print strings that fires off. Look, we're not even moving and it's still working just like an event tick. Now, why is that? It is because it constantly needs to know what this input axis value is, right? So when you start moving, See, we're not moving, but it's still looking to see if we are, right? So the moment we start moving, now it knows that value is 1. And we go backwards, now it knows that value is -1. Okay? So if you're already event ticking here, why would you do a separate one just specifically for the footsteps, which is exactly why I'm doing this right here. These are both constantly already ticking. So if we start moving forward or backward, it's going to call this event. If we start moving left or right, it's going to call this event, which is why I put a do once in here. Watch this. If I put a print string here, this will only print when we start moving. Oh, no. We got to do that after the do once. I'm sorry. We got to do that here. So come on, plug up now. Compile that and save it. Okay, so as you can see right now, it's not doing anything. Now, the moment we start moving, it's going to call that 1 time. Watch. And once it calls it 1 time, that means that timer is running at that interval. Now, when we stop, it will automatically stop that. So that's the reason for the do once. Okay. Okay. And once again, you could put this on an event tick, but why do that when this is already ticking right here? And the only time that it needs to call this is when you're moving, right? Okay. I hope that makes sense. So we're getting the velocity. And you know, honestly, you really, well, I mean, I suppose you do need to do this because this is clearing and invalidating the timer when you stop moving. In other words, you don't need this timer to be ticking any of this footstep logic unless you're moving, which is why when this becomes not true, meaning you're not moving, it cuts the timer off and kills all this stuff. Okay. So once again, do once here. We're setting a timer. This is your interval. If you need the footstep speeds slower, you put lower values here. If you need it faster, you put faster. We're checking to make sure that the character is not falling because you don't need footstep sounds to play if you're falling, right? You're in the air, you don't need it. And so really you could, theoretically, you could do this same logic right here, probably, right? You could clear and invalidate the timer, right? I don't know. We're not going to get that technical in it. You guys get the point. Okay. And, you know, this is just printing out what the surface material is. And then once again, in the select node, this is where you would put in your default values. Like I could put one in here for carpet, and then everything that doesn't have a physical material is just going to sound like carpet. See? Snow, wood, metal, water. Okay. And that's it. That's footstep sounds based on the surface type. Now, I want you guys to look at something here. Okay. Now, once again, I'm not saying what's right or what's wrong. I don't say that here because as long as it works in the end, there is no right and wrong. Okay. There's just different approaches. But what I want to show you guys here is this right here is how we're doing that compared to the way that this guy did this. Okay. That's the way that this guy did this. In the animation blueprint, this is what this guy did in order to make what we just did this way. Now, if you guys had to pick Which way is the easier way? This is all it took right here compared to that. And on top of that, you guys saw how we made those sound cues, right? That's not even counting. Let me show you guys this. That's not even counting that. So once again, this compared to this. Let me open up one of our sound cues that we made in this crappy demonstration here that took way too goddamn long. This is one of our sound cues. This is his sound cues. This is our scripting. This is his scripting. And that's still not counting one more step that's involved in his way of doing this, which is in the animations, every single animation that involves moving, you have to go in and put in a fucking anim notify, which in his demonstration here is not complicated because there's only two. You've got one for running, and it's got two anim notifies in it. And then you've got in the walk, you've got two, right? So he had to put in 4 anim notifies. I want to stress this point here because people give me shit about the way that I do my footstep sounds in a lot of the projects that I've done. They give me shit about it. So he had to do 4 anim notifies. 4. 2 in run and 2 in walk. He had to script all this. And he had to create a sound cue that has this much complication to it. Now, if I had have done what he done, just in the animations alone, you guys remember what I said earlier about these animations for the ones we're using? We're using jogs. That means I would have had to put 4 anim notifies in jog forward, 4 anim notifies in jog backward, 4 anim notifies in jog left, 4 anim notifies in jog right, 4 anim notifies in jog forward left, 4 anim notifies in jog forward right, 4 anim notifies in jog back left, and 4 anim notifies in jog back right. Then I would have had to rinse and repeat all those goddamn anim notifies for every single new set of animations I added to this project. Meaning, if I put in the iron sights animations, 2 in walk forward iron sight, 2 in walk backward iron sight, 2 in walk left iron sight, 2 in walk right iron sight. Now take all that into consideration, and what we did here eliminates every single one of them anim notifies. Every fucking one. We don't have to have any anim notifies. If the animation is faster, we simply decrease the interval in between the footsteps. Right? If it's faster, we decrease it. If it's slower, we increase it. Right? That's it. On top of that, we accomplished everything that he did. Our sound cues are simpler. Our scripting is simpler. And we don't have to put in them anim notifies. What's wrong with that? The answer is nothing. Okay? Okay, I think I've made my point here and I've harped on this long enough. Okay. So there you go. That is the way I choose to do footstep sounds. Now, if I only had one set of animations, maybe I wouldn't do it that way. Maybe. But I don't see the harm in doing it this way for all your footstep sounds. I don't see the harm in it. Works just the same. It's not like you're using an extra event tick, right? Because your movement inputs are already ticking anyway. So why not utilize them? If you need something on an event tick, why not just use it? It's already there. It's already, you can't get away from that. Use it anyway. Okay, there you have it. Oh, and one other thing that I didn't mention, we're not doing a single line trace either, right? Remember in his way of doing this, what does that say right there, guys? That's one line trace. That's two line traces. That's three line traces. He's doing three line traces. We're not doing a single one. We're using something that the engine already does anyway, which is look to see what the surface type is that you're on. Right? See? From the character movement component, it's already doing this. Already. And all we're doing is utilizing that to get the surface type. That's it. Voila. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to go over here to my stash and get me another pack of smokes. Now, we're still not doing the weapons, right? So I said that I was going to show you guys how to do the weapons too, right? Didn't I? I'll be right back. Okay. We are back. How many of you guys over in chat are still alive? Are any of you guys still alive? Am I going to do the weapon too? And by the way, you could get it to do a particle too, just so you know. This right here, all you would have to do if you want to do a particle effect based on the surface type for your feet, like when you run through dirt, you want it to make little puffs of dust, or when you run through water, you want it to play a particle effect of water splashing out around your feet. That would simply be spawn emitter, probably attached, and you would attach it to the feet bone, the ball of the foot. But you could also potentially do just spawn emitter. But since you already did all this logic in here, all you would have to do is pull out of the emitter type and type select and use this same exact surface type that you're already getting here. And then, of course, you would have to have a grass particle a water particle, a snow particle, and then you would just simply plug this in like that. Now the location, once again, where do you want it to be at? Right at the bottom of the capsule, you could put that in here. You could get the mesh of the character, and you could do it at the say get socket location. Something like that. And you could use the name of the bone or a socket. You could create sockets on the bones of the skeleton and put them on the bottom of the feet or the top of the foot, wherever it is you want. Or you could just put in a bone name like ball _ L and ball _ R, right? And you could just plug that in and it would spawn the particle too, to make little dust pop up when he's running. Okay. But we're not doing that. I just wanted to show you guys that you can add that right on to what you have already done here for your footsteps. Okay. So now we're going to talk about guns and how you do the gun. How do you make it sound like metal when you're shooting metal? How do you make it sound like wood when you're shooting wood? Well, taking into consideration what we've already done here with the footsteps, the weapon is as simple as that, right? So you're going to be setting up a line trace system. And when you do a line trace by channel, look what it comes with when you break the hit result. From the physics material, you just simply get the surface type. Where you play your sound, play sound at location, same as you do before. You pull out of the sound and do select. And then once again, you put in your surface types, right? So what sound cue do you want it to play when you shoot grass? What sound cue do you want it to play when you shoot metal? Same way. And then also your particles. Spawn emitter. At location. And once again, you pull out the emitter type, select. And this will be your index wildcard. And then you simply would use the impact point. And for the rotation for this one, you'd take the impact normal and tap make rot from Z. That would be your rotation. And then you just plug in what particle does it play when you shoot metal? What particle does it play when you shoot water? Right? And that's as simple as that. Now, I'm not going to put a weapon on a character and spawn it in and all that, but you just take your hit results and you have to have the assets, right? You have to have the sound cues. You have to have the particles. And you simply do that. And the location for the sound for the weapon fire would be the impact point. And that's exactly how you do the weapons. Same thing. The same exact thing. Okay. Okay. So that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. Well, I mean, what I could do. Well, no, hell, I'm not going to set all that stuff up. I think you guys are smart enough. The guys that follow me around here, you guys are smart enough to figure that out. I mean, if you've already got a gun shooting and you've already got it playing a muzzle flash, you've already got it playing a fire weapon sound, you've already got it playing a impact and a impact sound. Well, all you have to do is expand it a little bit, right? You've already got it. That is cool. So that answers the question that I got asked. So this live stream turned out to be a shitload longer than I aimed for it to be. which is curious, right? Because here's what's curious. So we already did a comparison, just so you guys know, we did a comparison of how, let me show you guys that asset pack, right? So if I type in Footsteps, now once again, I don't know how in the hell I got this. This must have been one of the free for the month deals or whatever. So we already compared how this guy did Footstep Sounds versus how I do it. There is also another product called, what the hell is it called? Ballistics something or another. Yeah. This Ballistics VFX project, that was free for the month too. I didn't buy that. So if we were to create this, and we could go in here and investigate a little bit about how he did this. I mean, you're not supposed to do this, right? I mean, ain't I giving away content creator stuff by showing you guys these things? But we could go in here and do a little bit of a comparison about how he did it versus how I just described you guys could do it. Like if you already got a gun shooting, okay, you've already got it playing some sort of a default impact sound. You've already got it playing some sort of a default impact particle. Well, then all you would really need out of this project here would be the sound effects and the particle effects, right? But I'd be kind of curious as to how he went about setting that up versus how I just described it, right? So we're going to go have a look, right? We're going to go in here and see kind of how he did this. Inquiring minds want to know. I don't think I've ever even used this project. I mean, if you guys look at all this free shit they give away, there's a bunch of stuff in here that I did buy, but there's also a bunch of stuff in here that was free. I don't know why I get this shit and I never use it. I mean, I guess I do it just to clutter up my stuff. Look at all that shit. Whatever. Oh, I forgot to mention this too, which first let's go in here and poke around this and I'll mention something else too. About now that you guys know how to do sound effects on footsteps and particles and sound effects on metal and particles. While this is loading here, let's just let it load. Think about this for a minute. How would you take what we just did with footsteps and how could you alter the speed of the character based on if he's in water or mud? Now that you have a way to detect what surface you're on, you can easily implement logic to say that if you're in mud, reduce the character's movement speed from 600 to 300, right? Alternately, you could say that if you're standing in an acid pit, this is for Crispin specifically, if you're in an acid pit, deduct this much health from the character for every second that he's in the acid pit, right? You could do lots of things. You could literally make a launch pad with a physical material. You could say that you could create a specific physical material, okay, that when the character lands on said physical material, you launch the character up in the air at a certain velocity, right? So there's lots and lots and lots of mechanics that you can implement based on the physical material that the character is either standing on, runs into, or whatever, right? You guys see how that works? It's not just to play sound effects or particle effects. You can also alter damage of your weapon based on the physical material. Here's a good example of how this would work. Let's say that you create a shield around a character. Like say you've given him an ability where he can mash a button and for a duration, it puts him inside of a bubble that looks like a force field, and you can block all incoming damage based on that physical material. You could say that if you shoot at that character and he's got that bubble around him that has a material on it that looks like a shield, if the gun hits that material, you deal no damage or you deal reduced damage, right? So there's tons and tons and tons of mechanics that can be implemented based on the physical material system that is built right into this engine. So I'm sure that you guys have probably got projects that's got all kinds of convoluted shield mechanics, water damage, acid damage, lava damage, fire damage, that's went shield reduction of damage, that they went all over hell and half of Georgia to get that implemented, when you can simply do it with a physical material. Isn't that cool? That's cool. I think that's cool. You guys might not think that's cool, but I think that's cool. I'm just going to hit play. Right, so let's go see if we can find something to shoot. Right, so paper. Hear the sound, see the paper particle, and then if we do asphalt, different sound, different particle. Wood, water. I bet there's glass in here somewhere. But anyway, that's not the point of this. The point of this is I want to go in here and see how he did this. See how complicated it is. Wow. So he used a BP interaction. What is that for? Let's see here. First person character rifle. Stick input. Head bob. Set gun location. Aiming mode. Weapon select. So he gives different weapons in this little template. Zoom toggler. Bullet time. Trigger press. Holy mother of God. Jesus Christ. Grenade throw. F, what is this? I don't know what the hell that is. There's no goddamn telling. Movement check. Deactivate muzzle smoke. Recoil. Shell eject. Activate muzzle flash. Recoil. Jesus Christ and sunny mother of God. I don't have any idea where the hell he's doing this at. Explosion shake. So here's all the particles and stuff. Bullet casings, explosive, FX material, impacts. But I'm not seeing where is it on these objects here? That's just a static mesh. No, I don't guess it's in that. I may not even be able to figure out how the hell he did this. But it looks to me like that there should be on trigger press, he should be doing fire rate, pistol fire, and spam click regulation. That sounds like some shit that I would name, doesn't it? Shit, and I close the event graph. Spawn projectile, spawn rifle projectile, muzzle flash. It's in here somewhere. Recoil rifle. Add controller yaw. Activate muzzle smoke. There must be. Oh, that's projectile. Spawn pistol, spawn rifle. Already looked at that. Where the f is he playing these at? There must be another blueprint in here. Spawner blueprints. Qubit impact spawner. Hell. Holy mother of God. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, guys, but my fucking God. Really? Complex material, work in progress. Yeah, I bet it is a goddamn work in progress. Ain't no fucking doubt about that. Good God have mercy. Decal variant. Skip for now. Sound spawn. Right? So here's the sound effect. Switch on impact type. Break FX material data. Holy Jesus Christ. This is like chasing around a bag of rabid weasels. Like no fucking shit. Complex and complicated. Holy mother of God. This BP will now self-destruct. Destroy FX spawner. Good God, guys. That makes my brains hurt just looking at that. Okay, you know what? I'm actually on a mission now. Now that I've looked at this, I'm on a mission. Now, we're not going to set up. We're not going to set up the entire firing logic, okay? But we're going to use one of my projects here, and we're going to bring in some of these effects and see if we can't do something like what he's doing, right? Because now I'm on a mission. Like, holy shit at the complexity of this project. Like, literally, like, holy shit. All right, let me close some of this down here, and we're gonna actually, I need to leave that one open. We're gonna dick around with this and see what we can do here. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And let's see, which one of my projects are we going to do this in? Well, I've only got two that's got shooting mechanics in it, so it would either have to be the FPS basic or the TPS basic. So I say we go for the FPS because that was a first person project that he created, right? So we'll create my little multiplayer FPS template. and we'll bring in some sound effects and some particle effects and shit. And we'll see if we can't squeeze something out real quick here with as minimal complexity as possible. I'm on a mission now, damn it. Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. So we're not going to be doing the multiplayer side of this, but I'm going to go ahead and spawn in here and basically just show you guys what I've got going on here. Right, so we're going to host up a game here, and we're just going to spawn in here real quick. And let me just show you guys what you guys have seen, this template, right, that I sell for $19 on the Ue4 marketplace. So we already have shooting mechanics, 2 different types, and I've got some default particles in here. So what I would like to do is take what I've already created in here, and let's just see if we can get some different materials doing some, or different surface types doing some different shit with this assault rifle, right? Like when we shoot metal, let's make it sound like metal, and let's make it play metal particles. And if we shoot water, we'll make it sound like water and play some of them splashy splashes that other project got. Okay. Okay. That's exactly what we're going to do, because reasons unknown. Okay, now what are we doing again? I need to open a map, right? Because I don't want to have to go through the stupid menu every time. So we'll just open this map here. We're going to have to add the starter content. Okay. Because I don't have any materials for that stuff. So we're going to add feature content pack, and we're going to add the starter content to this project. And the whole point is so that we can have some materials. That's all we need, is the materials. Okay. So as we did before, we have to define our physics surface types, right? So once again, for those of you who fell out with your eyes poked out from the last part of this video, you go into settings, under project settings. There is a section in here called physics. And if you scroll down in here, you have all these different surface types that you can define. So we're going to do wood, and we're going to do water, and we're going to do metal. And I'm sure there's fucking 84 million different kinds, but we're just going to roll with that. Okay. And then we're going to need some sound effects. Okay. Now I don't want to contaminate my project with his stuff, right? So we're going to have to export out some sound effects, and well, actually we can't do that because you can't export particle effects. So we're going to go into his project and we're going to rob some stuff, right? So under particles, under impacts, we've got dynamic, we got legacy, right? So I don't know exactly what in the hell all this stuff is. Let's see here, dynamic impacts. Okay, so we need shit, now I forgot what we did. We need water, we need some metal. So we're going to take and say migrate. And we're going to put that in my project, right? So that would be my documents, Unreal projects, multiplayer, FPS basic, the content folder. So we're going to put some metal in. We're going to put, what else did we get? Wood. We're going to migrate the wood. And we did water. So we're going to migrate to water. Yes to all. Quit asking me that. Let's see here. Let me just go look at what we did. What the hell did we put in here? Wood, water, and metal. So I think we got those. Now we got to get the sound effects to go with them. So that was the particle. We got wood, water, and metal. Okay, that's fine. And now we need, wait, that says, that's particles. We need sound effects. Where are the SFX? Guns, impacts. So we need water, migrate water. Wood 2, we're going to migrate wood 2. Wood, water, and metal. So we need metal. Metal clang, metal dull. Does it matter? Let's just do dull. I'm a dull kind of guy, so we're just going to do dull. Okay. Now let's close this project down. We don't need that shit no more. So now we got some sound effects and we got some particle effects and we got some materials. Okay. So now we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call this PHYS mats. And inside here, we're going to right click, go to physics, and we're going to create a physical material. Select it and hit select. And we'll call this PMAT wood. And that might not show up once again. No, it did. So we set it to wood, save it, duplicate it. And this is going to be PMAT water. And then we need to open this and set this to be water. Save it and duplicate it one more time. And this is going to be wood, water, and metal. And we open this and set it to metal. Save all the things. So there's our physical materials. We set it in the project settings, our physical materials. We defined them. We created these physical mat files, which you would need one of these for every type. So we're just going to do 3. We brought in some particle effects and some sound effects, and we brought in the starter content and some materials. So under architecture, we're going to bring out a wall panel like this. And that's what we'll be doing that with. Under the materials, we need water. So we open up ocean water. We put in our physical material, which is water. Apply it. We need wood of some kind. So we're going to do pine. And we put in our physical material, which would be wood. Apply that and save it. And then we need a type of metal. So I'm just going to put in burnished steel. And that will be metal. Apply that and save it. And then we put the materials on this little piece of architecture I put in here. So we're going to put ocean water on that one. We're going to duplicate it. And this one is going to be pine. And then we're going to dupe it again. And this one is going to be, oh shit, which one did I do? Burnished steel. Let me look and make sure. Yep, burnished steel. And we'll put that on there. So that's got our 3 types. Save all the things. And we'll spawn in here real quick. And now, regardless of the surface type, it's going to play the same stuff. So now the goal becomes, we want that to sound like water and splash. We want that to sound like wood and play wood chips. And we want that to sound like metal and play sparks or some shit, which is what we got out of that ballistics pack. Okay? Okay. Okay. So now we go into my project under the blueprints, under the gameplay weapons blueprints, and we open up the master weapon. Okay. Now close your eyes. You guys can't see this unless you go buy the template, but essentially I've got all this, which is already the weapon shooting logic. Okay. So inside the auto fire FX function for the multicast auto fire, I'm doing a trace system, an elaborate trace system, and we are doing a play sound at location, and we're doing a spawn emitter at location. So from what we previously learned, we're going to be doing a select here. And that is going to be based on the physics material. We're going to get the surface type, and that is going to go here. Okay. Okay. We're also going to be changing the impact effect. So we're going to pull out of this and type another select here. And this is going to be based off of the same surface type, like that. And now for the default sound for this weapon, it's going to be impact. Bullet impact generic. And for the default here, this is going to be impact. Where the hell is it? PS hit scan impact. Now I know I've got a default effect in here some goddamn where. Or did I not put one in here? That'd be some bullshit. But I think there should be, in my project, there should be there should be a bullet pickup, a bullet impact generic. So it's that one. Oh, shit. So that's what it's called, bullet impact generic. So where am I again? That should be, oh, this is the, yeah, this is the particle effect. So that should be impact. No, that's all his stuff, right? There should be, that's that one. I don't know why I didn't name that, but that's it right there. So now this ought to already be doing what it was doing a minute ago before I did anything. And it's not playing the impact, which is fucking fantastic, because isn't it always? Concrete impact. Why is that not playing that particle effect? Is it doing it when I shoot the ground? Yeah, but it's definitely not doing that. Why is that? Well, let me put in my famous print string, which is the best debugging tool in this entire engine. It could be, no, it wouldn't be that, but let's just put in the surface type here. It should be saying default wood. Oh, that's why, right? It's already detecting the surface type. Look at this, guys. Water, wood, metal, right? So it's already detecting the surface type. So shit, we're already on a roll here. So now what we need to do now is we need to create these sound effects. Okay. So that shit that I migrated in here from the ballistics VFX stuff, I'm just going to make a new folder here so I don't have to dig through all this shit. And we're going to make a new folder, and we're just going to call this cues. And inside here, we're going to create a sound cue. And this is going to be metal. And we're going to open this, reduce it down here to restore, and let's go hunt through his shit here and see if we can find the metal impacts, right? So we're going to select all these, drag them in, select all of them again, right click and do random. And then we're going to plug this up like that. Okay. And then we just need for the rest of them, right? So we need water and wood. So we go back into the cues folder. We can dupe this cue. And we will call this one water. Open it. And we need to change out these sound effects. So let's delete all this. And we go back into his sound effects and we drag in all this splash. Select them all, right click and type random. Plug this up here. Save it. And then we need one more. So back in the cues, we're going to dupe the water. And this is going to be wood. And we shall open this, delete this stuff. And we're going to bring in his wood. Select them all, right click and type random. And plug that up. And then save it. Okay? Okay. Wow, this is already pretty damn easy. Right? So now we go back into my project under blueprints, under gameplay, under weapons, and we open back up this master weapon. And now we actually have wood. So we should have a wood cue that we created. We should have a water cue that we created. And we should have a metal cue that we created. We should have a wood particle in here. Wood impact dynamic. We should have a water. We got debris or impact dynamic. I'm just going to pick the impact dynamic. And then we should have a metal impact dynamic. And that should be enough to get it fucking done. How funny is that? Right? So let's spawn back in here. And if I shoot the water, and if I shoot the wood, and if I shoot the metal. Now, guys, ladies, gentlemen, compare what we looked at a minute ago. Okay? Remember that where we went in his project and poked around for a minute? Compare that to what we just did. Okay? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Okay? God damn it. What in the actual hell is going on around here? Wait a minute. He had his laying down flat. Hold on. We're going to have to rotate this shit 90. We're going to have to rotate this shit 90. And we're going to have to rotate this shit 90. Let's make sure it's doing it. Guys, come on now. Sweet child o' mine. So, I can delete that print string. We don't need that anymore. So all we did in my project is unhook these. We pulled out of physical materials, got the surface type, did a select here. We created the physics asset for each surface type. We defined that physics asset in the project settings. We plugged in that physics asset on the starter content materials. We applied those materials to objects. And that's it. That's all we did. Guys, once again, we're going to go back in here and look at this for comparison purposes only. Can you guys tell that I'm just like baffled here? I'm baffled. I'm at a loss for words. So let's spawn in here and let's go look. Now, what did I do? I did water. I did wood. Hold on. I did wood. I did water, and I did metal, which is, fuck is the metal? Right here. Now, granted, I'm probably not using the exact same sound effect he did, but you guys kind of get my point here. And if we go back in here and we open up the first person character and we look at this, we look at this thoroughly here, and that ain't the only one, right? Where was that other one at? Spawner blueprints. We open up this impact spawner, right? Look at this. Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys still alive over there? So we have this, all this. And this. And I don't know if that's all of it or not, right? Compared to this. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. Am I wrong here? Or is there something I'm not seeing here? And you know what's really crazy? Is mine replicates, right? So it'll work for multiplayer already right out of the gate here. All right, Mr. Blue Guy, you come over here and watch. What do you see? What do you see, Mr. Blue Guy, when I shoot this metal? How about the wood? How about the water? Okay, Mr. Red Dude, what do you see? How about now? How about, oh, you need to turn. There you go. How about now? Okay, guys, I think that is the end of the live stream. So I hope that in this demonstration purpose here that you guys understand that I'm not saying that the way that I did this is the only way to do this. I'm not saying that the way that I did this is the correct way to do this. But what I am going to say is that this is by far the easier way to do this. Okay? And you guys can, take that for what you will. Okay? John Galt, you're not supposed to be bashing other content creators. I'm not bashing anybody. It works. It does what he said it does. Right? Right? I wonder, here's what I wonder. I got one more question here. And that question is this. Does what he did replicate? Right? I'm going to close all that down there. And we're going to do the same kind of damn thing that we just did. Right? So we're going to go in here and we're going to do 720 by 512 and uncheck always center windows. And then we're going to go into 2 peepos, new editor windows. And we're going to put this one here. And we're going to put this one here. Well, I didn't see that. Did you guys see anything? I didn't see a damn thing. So if I come over here to this door, when he goes through that door, oh, well, the door looks to be open. How about it? Is it open? Yep. Okay. Wait, where am I going? We're going out here. So let's go to the woodchuck pile. Oh, well, there it went. Finally. Let me in, you fucker. So if the client shoots this wood, does he see it? Oh, wow. No. And if the server shoots it, does the client see it? No. So not only do we have this, and not only do we have this, right? So we got this, and we got this. It don't even replicate. How much was this fucking project? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Am I being a dick? I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Maybe. Oh shit! Fucking run! All right, guys. Well, I guess in closing here, I would like to say that I appreciate any of you guys that came and hang out, that watched me fumble around like a monkey humping a football. I hope you guys learned something. And what I hope you guys learned is there's a million different ways to do everything. And in the end, nobody is right or wrong as long as it does what it's intended to do. Maybe that guy didn't intend for that to replicate. Probably not, because multiplayer stuff has to be done a very specific way in order for it to work. His project obviously works. Same for the Footstep dude, right? So we looked at those 2 different projects, and you guys got to see kind of 2 different approaches to it. And here in Galt's Gulch, we keep it simple, stupid, right? That's exactly what we do here. What is your goal to achieve, and how simply can you get there? I said in one of these live streams, which you guys may remember, that I think very smart people take things that are complex and complicated and they simplify them so that anyone can understand it and follow it and use it. And I happen to think that stupid people take things that are fairly simple to do and overcomplicate them. Why? I have no idea. We had that discussion once before. I have no idea. I have no idea. But I do know that that's what the world is full of. Dumbass people taking simplified things and trying to overcomplicate them. I don't get political on this channel, and I don't try to get religious on this channel. Obviously not. I cuss like a sailor, right? So if anybody's going to hell, I'm probably one of them. But in a world where men pretend to be women and women pretend to be men, people that are in charge of writing rules that dictate how the rest of us are supposed to live, what we can and can't do, what's law and not law, are a bunch of dumbass people taking simple things and making them extremely complicated. And the problem is that when an individual does that, it's not a problem. Dumbasses are going to find out really quickly that being a dumbass gets you nowhere. Smart people should be able to figure out really quickly the difference between a man and a woman. Okay? And we'll just leave it at that. So with that, if you guys found this live stream useful or helpful, or you appreciate what I do here in Galt's Gulch, and you would like to thank me, there is a link to my PayPal underneath every single video on this YouTube page. And there is also a link in the lower right-hand corner of my banner for my PayPal. If you guys would like to buy me a cup of coffee or send me a note, right? You can write a little note when you send your contribution via PayPal. If you would like to request something to be seen or done or talked about, you can put it in that PayPal, and maybe I'll cover it. Maybe we'll talk about it. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll derp it out. Maybe we'll bash it into submission. But with that, that's the only way videos get made on this YouTube page. So with that, you guys take care. This is John Galt, and we will see you in another video in another time. Have a good one.